And we're live. There we go. Romero, how's it going, man? How you doing? Just a heads up, Romero. I mean, I'll say this again as more people join, but Abhinay, how's it going, man? Just a heads up. For the first like half an hour or so, I'm scheduled to start in like half an hour. I'm just gonna be fixing my notes up and stuff because I remembered from 440. I didn't actually copy stuff into my notes, so I just want to do that. And then we'll get started in like a half hour. You're late by 2 minutes. I'm actually early by 28, Justin, so shove it. Dr. Z, how's it going? Well, technically, I'm actually late by 12 hours, but that's a separate issue altogether. Dr. Z, how's it going? How you doing today? 440 was, I think, the one that had all the notes, right? That's what I remember, anyway. Perfect timing. I just finished making dinner. Nice. What are you having for dinner? Angel family. Yes. Okay. I just puked. Jesus Christ, Romero. How you feeling? Yes, she's feeling better, Dr. Z. We just, we kept her home from school. She just kind of lazied around all day just on the sofa. Gave her Tylenol and Advil throughout the day and something for her upset stomach, and she feels like she's doing better. Bolognese pasta plus dumplings. Nice. Oh, that sounds good as fuck. I mean, I had pizza, so I feel good. Khaled, how's it going, man? How you doing? Yeah, it has been a while. Devil, you didn't change. He did change it for a little bit, and then he changed it right back. He said with a laugh. The moon currently has no. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I just gotta make sure I'm not skipping anything right now. I seem to understood. We're talking about the moon card. I thought of a matter. Wait, hold on. From this point of view, it's apparent that Mr. Door is able to make contact with the ruler at particular times and through methods. While talking about the moon card, I thought of a matter Zaratul mentioned. He said that the Life School of Thought worships the moon, but not the Evernight goddess. Yes, I added that second half myself. Wait, moon card? Hold on. I'm on some sort of antibiotic called... Gee, I have no idea what that is. I hope it works. Yeah, me too, man. Moon card. Is the moon a well, I guess since they're saying the sequence 0 is who's the real owner of the moon, then that's moon's got to be a sequence 0 then. Oh, interesting. Okay. It'd be crazy to say that I've been studying for 13... Jesus Christ, Khaled. Good for you, dude. Did I add this in my notes? Moon. So the moon is a sequence 0 then. Oh, interesting. Okay. Moon is a sequence 0, which Mr. Door says currently not occupied. First one is on the 19th. Okay, what's that one for, Khaled? I mean, you have 2.5 weeks. I missed a week of school. Yeah, that's not great, Romero. But hey, your exam is in, I think you said September or something, like late in the year. So you've got time. You'll be okay. Why is bro wearing formal today? It is the first half of the ending of a volume. I feel like it warranted a suit. Plus, to be honest, I've been up for so fucking November. Okay, yeah, you've got time. You'll catch up, Romero. Don't stress about that right now. Just focus on getting better. You'll be okay. Yeah, I thought it warranted a suit. Plus, to be completely honest, I've been up for so fucking long that if I wore something comfy, I might just pass out on the chair while talking to you guys. So it's okay. He told me that if he were to choose a card from the tarot cards to represent the Evernight goddess, he wouldn't choose the moon, but the star. Interesting. Actually, I will put this in lore, not sequences. Said by Mr. Door to Zell. He said that the moon currently has no owner. If I didn't misunderstand him, that means the peak of the moon pathway is empty. The sequence 0 is empty. That's not right. Isn't there primordial moon? Whatever. He had already anticipated that the moon card didn't represent the goddess. Whether it was the faith of the life god, but whatever. Vampire ancestor Lilith and the primordial moon resemble the sequence 0 of this pathway in more ways. Of what pathway? What? It's religious, quite easy. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. Soon he came up with 3 guesses. First, Mr. Door didn't know enough about it to do. Second, the primordial moon was actually the disguise of another deity, but not essentially occupying the... yeah, of course, the moon path. What a dumb question in retrospect. Username, how's it going, man? One more possibility, it's the response. Bro, looks like he's about to start teaching us. Hey, we get into some deep discussions here, so I don't mind it. You should do the global fan tribute. I intend to a username. I gotta think through what I wanna do or how I wanna do it. Yeah, I do intend to have an entry. The most important beyond ingredient in sequence 0 described by the card wasn't the characteristic, but something called uniqueness. Different pathways have different uniqueness. A true god was unique. What do you want to say? That's the fucking thing that I want to spend some time to think about. Yeah. I'm so related to this as an IT student. That's cool. Other than the first guesses, the other possibilities aren't small. Or is the beyonder pathway of the moon? I hid my curiosity and scoffed. Whatever, this guy's too good at... I was finishing your sentence. I wasn't a... Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yes. Sorry. Mr. Door told me that in the Tudor dynasty there were 5 noble families. Each was known as the Angel family. Yes, this whole fucking thing. I need to, if you guys need to run out or make food or you know, need to do anything, we're gonna get started reading in like 20 minutes. I'm just working on my notes right now, so feel free to do any of that. Bernadette Yes. Bernadette's pathway was not decided yet. Oh, for fuck's sakes. My mic being in the way is just really killing me. Was not decided yet. However, she was okay. That's it. That should be good. South Florida again, whatever. Primordial Demoness's name is Cheek. Okay, I already have that. Dope. And then I feel like there was another chapter with some lore that I feel like that was yesterday. 450. Let's try this. After looking around, Klein, who was username. Okay. Leave devil. Yeah, okay. That looks okay for now. 460. Okay, great. I puked, the acid hit my ulcers and made my soul leave my... Jesus Christ, Ramiro. Okay. I will only leave devil once he answers, like how I'll stop slandering Milos when he removes his modded. Did he check the Jack? No, Justin. Wait, actually, I have time now. You got? I think someone said chapter 54. Let's check this out. Actually, fuck it. Let's just do this right now. Actually, no. Let me just search up Justin. Oh, this might actually be a really stupid fucking idea. No matches. 53. Oh, well, that was close. Justin, 17 matches. Great, let's go. Adjusting. Oh, I'm at 593. That's why I'm fucking stupid. I did. That's silly. Well, if it helps anyone, I didn't read a fucking thing, so it kind of doesn't matter. Sorry, I thought I was on 53, okay? It took me to 593. How the fuck is that my fault? It's jumping me around everywhere. Oh, his name is Jack. I'm so fucked. His name is Jack. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, we're so cooked. Jesus, no. If this fucking... oh, my fucking God. Stop. Oh, my... okay, you know what? I'm not using this anymore. This is fucking garbage. I hate this. You know what? I'm just gonna read it with my fucking eyes. Like it's 1980. Fine, fuck it. I won't control that. This world is a fucking prison. My lord, where are we setting for? Where are we setting course for this time? Number 1 to 600. Okay, calm down. I didn't read a fucking thing. Okay, I just read adjusting 47 times over. Oh god. Pursue the listener from the Aurora Order. Okay, cool. The storm subsided as the mist emanated. On a strange sailboat with cannons and boats, an 8 or 9-year-old boy with soft yellow hair was looking at the pirates around him in fear. They were disorderly, some enjoyed barrels of beer while some hung around. Father, where are we going? Jack, I'm bringing you to a holy place, a holy residence where the Creator once lived. The kingdom of God? Look, I can hear the teachings of the true creator. How extraordinary this revelation is. Life is only a tour of the spirit. Whatever. This is just a religious zealot talking. This is great. Love this. The 7 fake gods at present are only powerful. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. The creator created this world, and he is everywhere. He exists in every living being. Therefore, all beings have godhood. Once the godhood attains a certain level, they can become angels. The 7 fake gods at present are only powerful angels. Oh, interesting. So what he's saying is they're not actual gods. The creator is a god, but these are mere angels who are mere pretenders. We can find our godhood and fuse with even more godhood. What does this mean? Hold on, what does this mean? When the spirit is sufficiently potent and resilient, we can find our godhood and fuse with even more godhoods. You can find your godhood. Okay, you can find the godhood that exists in your existing spirit. Makes sense. Fuse with even more godhoods. I guess if you want to be really simple, you could just say it's referring to the godhood present in the godhood present in the Beyonder characteristics or the potions and stuff, and you're adding it with that. That seems too simple. What do the holy residents exist? They're lying. What? Okay. I'm just gonna copy this into my notes, I guess. I doubt it'll be necessary, but fuck it. This just sounds like some religious zealot bullshit. Jack's Dad, chapter 53. For fuck's sake. Nope. Oh god. I hate that it formats like this. Fucking Word will format it correctly, but Google Docs just has a fucking stroke. The lunatics from the prisoner are more sane than the average secret supplement. Nice. Thunder, don't you fucking dare. You're gonna get banished to the fucking Shadow Realm, you understand? Alright, 10 minutes. I think that roughly gets us to where we should be in terms of notes and stuff. We'll just do Wordle. If we have time, we'll quickly do our connections as well, and then we'll be on our way. SP. Oh, okay. Right. Lexicon, time to carry. No, devil. Okay, we're doing this ourselves today, okay? SP spot. How is Spotty not on there? Is Spotty with 2? Okay, so SPO. I fucking. You know what? I had that, devil. Fuck you, dude. I had that. Okay, I'm not even gonna count your help on that one because I fucking had that. Okay, if you were 2 seconds late, I would have just put it in myself. No, fuck you. No, stop. Okay, no, that was mine. You just stole it. You skamazed it from me, you little shit. By the way, can you guys hear the music, or is it too quiet? Because I have headphones on, so my general sense of like where the audio should be is kind of completely out the fucking window now. Carousel, roller coaster, the little shitty teacup ride, whatever the fuck. Food court? No. That's fine for you. Perfect. Frisbee, coaster, teacup. I would probably like it the most without music. Oh, you prefer with no music, Dr. Z? No, that would. The music is as much for me as it is for you guys. I don't like silence. I don't do well in it at all. There's gotta be one more saucer? Is this saucer on here? Strum, pick. Also maybe like Skyrim atmosphere at some point instead of pure music. You know, game as dude, true. I've been looking for more stuff to add. That would work great. Yeah, actually, that's a great idea. Slide strum pick record. Slide strum pick record. No, not record. I think these three are right. Or is that a thing? I've never heard it called that. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, no, that's where I was. That's where I was with pick and strum, but I don't know what bend and slide are. Carousel, coaster. Bend and slider techniques. That part I don't know. Round flat round flat things. Could background sounds usually are not welcome with people with ADHD. The only reason they don't distract me is that we've heard them so many times I don't have them. Whoa, yeah, dude. Okay, you guys know this. I'm not good at connections. Okay. Whoa, we actually got to 5 minutes today. Unhinged. How's it going, man? Those are all the same. No, for me, not having music is extraordinarily. Nope, that's not it. For me, not having music is extraordinarily, like, odd. I don't know. I can't stand silence at all. Pretty good on Unhinged. How you doing? Do that. That doesn't work because 3 and... Is there a 3 and 6? No. What's a 6 in with? It's only a 6-0 and a 6-1. So I guess I'll have to go to 6-1. Do that. Get rid of that. Put that back down here. One, but then how do I get 15 there? I guess I could do 6, 6, and 3. Is there a 6, 6 that can do it? No, 6, 6. Sound. How's it going, man? How you doing? You are looking very scholarly today. Yes, that was the intention. Thank you, Unhinged, for noticing. I appreciate it. That. Maybe take that away and turn that down here. Alright, we're gonna actually, you know what, now we start in 2 minutes. What the fuck is 2 minutes? Let's get started right now. 460. Okay. Man, it looks like we're okay, hold on, Devil. While I understand that he's been messaging you a lot, no Linksicon, I will pull it up, username. I will do it during the break. Linksicon. We'll do it during the break. What in the actual fuck is this? Okay. Sorry. We'll do it during the break. Okay, Devil. Okay, username. Just leave Devil, okay? Just leave Devil. You've been messaging him a lot, okay? All right. We've given him that warning, Devil. If he does not listen, then you can time him out, okay? But we have to first give him a warning, okay? We can't go straight to timeouts. Okay. Oh wait, okay. Yeah, okay, so today and tomorrow are gonna be a total mindfuck, okay? Is it okay for me to spam otherwise? I will too ask Devil. Well, yes, you slander Milos. I have no issues with that, okay? This is not a dictatorship. You're free to exercise your I don't want to say freedom of speech because I'm not American, but you know, you're allowed to talk. That being said, take down the frequency by 50% username. Okay, that's what we'll say. Okay, that's it. You can ask him. You just can't harass him. You just gotta find that difference between the two. Okay. 460. Above the gray fog, the ancient temple-like building stood quietly. After noticing some abnormalities in the series of events, Klein entered the mysterious space above lunch in an attempt to confirm his guess. He picked up his fountain pen he conjured, paused for 2 seconds, then wrote, "I am involved in a series of coincidences created by sealed artifact 008. Klein put down the dark pen. Klein held a silver chain in his left hand and began his divination. Finally, he opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum just inches away from him. It stood without any rotations, meaning the divination had failed. Divination can't be completed, possibly due to not fulfilling sufficient conditions, or because 008 is resisting it. In both cases, a similar result would occur. Klein changed his statement and tried to direct it at different targets, but all of them failed all the same. Fool, how's it going, man? He tapped the edge of the long model table with his finger, hesitating on whether he should go to the Red Rose Manor the day after tomorrow. If there's no 008 or a similar power to arrange these matters, then my sudden escape would definitely raise the prince's suspicion. No, my escape might not even be successful. Prince Edisak's men live next door. Of course, since I'm already a faceless, it should be easy to escape. But is there a need to go this far? Yes, I did, fool. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be able to leave Bakland without attracting too much attention by honestly seeking an audience with the prince and normally handing over the mission. The prince will likely not force me. If there really is 008 or if there really is a sealed artifact or a demigod like 008 influencing the events, then from my past experiences, I should be able to just be a side character who mistakenly entered the stage and hasn't received enough attention. In this case, escaping is tantamount to telling the other party that I have detected your presence and that I'm highly problematic. In this way, relying on my faceless powers wouldn't necessarily allow me to escape the attention that has locked onto me. The best method would be to calmly go to the Red Rose Manor, go through the normal procedure to exit stage. After combining the two elements, Klein decided to pretend that he hadn't discovered anything and leave Backland according to plan. Is your niece? She's much better, Nightwalker. She's not completely 100% okay, but to be honest, no one in the house is. She's even gotten me a little sick. I might sound a little nasally. I don't know. If so, that's the reason. But yeah, she's much better. Thank you for asking. I appreciate that. The bonfire in the campsite. Oh, hold on. We're back to Derek. We gotta get the Derek music on. Hold on. Do, 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 do. Okay. The bonfire in the campsite was burning with flames, but there was someone standing guard inside the campsite the entire time. Derek leaned against the stone pillar and slept to recover his power. At this moment, he was dreaming of the endless grey fog, an ancient chair situated at the highest point, as well as an indifferent figure sitting on that chair. Mr. Fool. Derek said the name in the chanting manner in his mind. Following that, he heard the fool's voice. Prepare for the gathering. Yes, Mr. Fool. Derek sat there silently and began counting his heartbeats. His eyes never opened, as if everything that had happened was just a prelude to a dream. There's quite a while before we set off. There's enough time to attend the tarot gathering, he thought with relief. He originally imagined that he, who had joined the exploratory team before he felt himself entering that quiet and serene divine hall. The moment he opened his eyes, the scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if an external force has instantly injected all of his lost memories into his head again. Oh, shit. So all the memories that Derek had forgotten were now given back to him because the grey fog got rid of all the interference by I assume Amon. The scenes were crumbling city walls, buildings crisscrossed with white and blue, the temples of the fallen creator with a similar architectural style as the city of Silver. And the eerie, and Jack, the eerie, pale yellow-haired boy with unknown origins. These kinds of scenes had repeated over and over for a total of 5 times, but each time there was a slight difference. Wait, hold on, so he's been through that time loop 5 times now. Oh, Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Oh my god. The son's life just sucks, jeez. My god. The first time, outside the Fallen Creator's temple, all of the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished, nearly causing a tragedy. The second time, someone lost control of themselves and almost swallowed a mushroom. Fortunately, the chief stopped them. The third, the little boy told a story which was that he and his father had been searching for the Creator's holy residence in the Endless Ocean. And they ended up encountering a huge storm. The fourth time, Joshua was severely injured by Jack, who had mutated without warning. The fifth time, the temple completely collapsed, blocking the exit of the underground area. All of these occurrences ended with the demon hunter Colin killing the little boy Jack, and then they started off with their rest in the camp, preparing to enter the city. The beginning and end were connected like a cycle. We've repeated the cycle 5 times. We've been living through this experience all this time, and there's no way to end it. Yes, there is. You have to not kill Jack, I guess. That's the set point that I'm assuming Amon has created. That if Jack dies, you restart that cycle. Jack is probably like someone that carries his like I don't know, like his the Worm of Time, or whatever it was called. Audrey, who was sitting on the other side of the long bronze table, originally wanted to greet Mr. Fool and the others, as usual. However, when she glanced over, she noticed that the little son's mood wasn't right. Worm of Time? Isn't that what it was called? Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, you're answering my question. She immediately asked, Mr. Stun, did something happen? Has the exploration not gone smoothly? Derek seemed to have grabbed onto hope as he hurriedly described the situation. When he was done, he said, after that little boy was dealt with by His Excellency, we closed our eyes and woke up at the campsite. And we no longer had any memories from before. This process has been repeated 5 times with only slight changes in the details. If it wasn't for Mr. Fool alerting me to this, then I wouldn't have even known. He took it for granted that the extra memories from his arrival above the grey fog were the result of Mr. Fool's reminder. He stood up and gave a solemn salute to the blurry figure. I only understood the situation after listening to your description. Klein was still in a daze. He maintained his original posture and nodded his head in response. In a situation where the reasons are unknown, a superior wouldn't so easily express his opinion, so I can't rashly open my mouth. Seeing that Mr. Fool seemed to be in an imperturbable ancient wall, seeing that Mr. Fool seemed to be an unperturbable ancient wall, Derek felt a lot more at ease, knowing that the matter could finally be resolved. He turned to look at the hanged man, the world justice and magician, and asked, do you know the root of the problem? How can this be solved? Audrey instinctively wanted to answer, but she found herself without a clue. Forbes was also in a similar state. Filled with rich knowledge from Earth and having read many novels of being stuck in the same day. Klein is going to use his manga knowledge to get Sun out of this. Klein wanted to originally control the world to give out some ideas. But after thinking about it carefully, he decided to stay low-key and prepare to observe first. After listening to the Sun's description, Alger remained silent for a long time, and at this moment he said, I can only think of 2 possibilities. First is that you've encountered a nightmare or hallucinatory power at a level that exceeds a demigod. After regaining your powers with Mr. Fool's help, you should be able to immediately detect something amiss once you return to the real world. That way, the problem will be easily solved. Second, you are forced or are proactively engaged in a strange space or state at a particular node where time is controlled to flow in a certain manner. But the time is fixed within a certain range which is cyclical and the continuation is balanced. So as to say, it is relatively static. In this position, there aren't many ways to end the cycle. Either there is an external force that can forcibly break the balance, or you find the key point that connects the distortion. An external force that can forcibly break the balance. At that time, everyone unconsciously glanced at the calm and leisurely Mr. Fool. No, I can always seek Mr. Fool's help. By not saying anything, he probably wishes to test my ability. After a moment of thought, he said, Mr. Hanged Man, let's assume the second. What do you think is the key point? Without waiting for the hanged man to guess, Audrey guessed. That little boy Jack? You can't kill him when you're facing him. Alger nodded. That's a possibility. The son's description of Jack and his father reminded me of a particular incident. He turned to Miss Justice. Didn't I once mention that I was pursuing a listener of the Aurora Order at sea, whose the goal for his voyage was to seek the true creator's holy residence? Audrey carefully recalled and said, that seems to be the case. That listener also brought his son, and his son is very close to the description of given by the son of Jack. Are you saying that Jack went from your world to the vicinity of the City of Silver? Derek asked. After a short period of time of settling down, he inwardly felt an indescribable sense of happiness. That meant that the City of Silver hasn't been completely sealed off. There's still a chance to connect to the normal world. I can only say that it's possible. The Hanged Man couldn't give an affirmative answer. He thought for a moment and suggested, if you can find a chance to bring up the Sonia Sea, the Lone Kingdom, and the Port City in front of Jack. Perhaps there'll be a different reaction. But of course, Try to avoid doing so in front of your City of Silver in front of the chief of your City of Silver as much as possible. Also, the key point doesn't necessarily lie with Jack. We have to consider other possibilities. Tell us specifics, such as the details of the mural. Maybe we can find something useful. At this point, Alger began looking forward to receiving information. Oh wait, I didn't change the title, did I? Alright, okay. It's 460 that we just read, actually, so sorry about that. Alter always gives good advice. Yeah, well, he has by far the most experience of anyone else in the Tarot Club, right? And plus, most of, if not all, his experience has been in official capacity. So he's gotten a lot of official knowledge as well as a lot of hands-on experience that no one else could even think about, right? Like, I mean, in fairness, I did get to the same result. I did get to the same answer in like a tenth of the time. So, you know. Unlike the past, Derek was clearly smarter. He didn't clumsily rely on the words to provide a description. After receiving Mr. Fool's permission, he conjured a series of scenes from the memories that he could recall, and he showed the exploratory process and the points he found important to everyone. The walls that had collapsed in the darkness, the streets that they had passed, and the destroyed buildings, the stone pillar propped a white and blue ancient temple that was covered in dust under the light of the animal hide lantern, the statue that hung upside down from the pitch-black cross, the series of murals depicting the fallen creator, who suffered from the sin in place of humanity, the exceptionally alluring mushrooms, the statue of the altar that had strangely opened its eyes, and the young, yellow-haired Jack. The gloomy and dark tone, the sense of crisis, with every step taken, and the bizarre development that the son was experiencing made Audrey rather excited. God. Audrey's like, oh my god, this is so cool, and Derek is sitting there and he's like, I'm gonna fucking die. This is the situation around the City of Silver. It's more attractive than any novel I've read. This is the charm of mystery, uncertainty, and terror. Of course, to the humans who live there, it's not a great thing. Klein watched and sighed emotionally. He was sighing because it wasn't truly easy for the City of Silver to last all this time in such an environment. He sighed because the little son wasn't smart enough and had no experience. Jesus. Otherwise, he would have been able to completely present the events that happened in the form of a movie or documentary. However, this way, the description would take too long. My spirituality wouldn't be able to endure if everyone wanted to watch a movie. Alger finished watching it in silence and thought it over. He got the son to pick up a few important points as he had chosen to present them above the long bronze table, among them included the mural of the fallen creator resisting the 6 evil gods. Wait, what does it say 6? Aren't there 7 gods? What am I? Or is the true creator the 7th? Is that all that's happening? Steam and machinery was born quite recently in the 50s. Oh yeah, okay. Which evil gods are these? Alger looked at the octopus with lightning wrapped around his body and began to make conclusions. Derek shook his head. I don't know. I thought you would know them. Audrey and Forrest cast their gaze over at the same time, carefully observing them several times, but failed to come up with any guesses. They had originally thought that these 6 of the 8 ancient gods from the legends of City of Silver, but they couldn't find a suitable match. After all, there was a dragon, giant, elf, phoenix, demonic wolf, while there was only one giant in the mural. The fool took a serious look, and his pupils contracted. In consideration of his standing, he could only take a cursory look. But then he realized something was very wrong. This is very similar to the statue of the 6 gods I saw in the Tudor family underground ruin, except that one is a normal version and the other is a corrupted. It really is a bit hard for people to look at it directly, especially Earth Mother, Lord of Storm, and EBS. Not only have they been sullied as evil gods, but they're even akin to ugly monsters. Klein didn't feel a sense of sudden enlightenment from having realized the truth. He had expected the true creator to disparage the 6 gods and distort their image. However, I can't completely ignore the possibility of this mural appearing. Just like how I always thought that the Orthodox gods didn't have a human form, with only symbols left. As a result, the statues of the ruins in the Tudor family made me less certain. It seems like the establishment of the image of the gods has undergone long evolution and has many hidden secrets. Because it was involved whether or not little son could get out of the strange predicament of repeating that short period of life, he decided to tell them what he knew. Of course, the long introduction and the display of images of the 6 gods didn't fit the identity of the fool, so he controlled Mr. World to complete this task. The fool should enigmatically say Evernight Sun, Storm, Wisdom, Earth Giant, and then give no explanation with superfluous descriptions. Klein thought for 2 seconds and let the world say in a hoarse voice, I've seen similar statues. In an adventure to a 4th epoch ruin. Audrey was very interested but maintained her basic level of restraint. Mr. World, what kind of statues were there? Can you show it to us? Of course, if you're not willing to or need compensation, that's negotiable. There's no need, as this might solve some of my doubts, the World smiled. He acted by making a request to Mr. Fool. When he got their permission, he conjured the statues of the 6 images and their corresponding sacred emblems. With her head against the full moon, the lady who wore layers upon layers of hazy dresses that didn't repeat. On her back, that iconic Evernight sacred emblem. Audrey immediately recognized her to be the Evernight goddess. This statue was the most similar to the evil god in the upper left corner. But its face was more human and there was no strange eyes. What sacrilege! This is sacrilege to the goddess! Audrey was a little angry but quickly calmed down. This is the most infamous evil god. It's expected that the true creator would let his followers disfigure the goddess. Good lord. It has been a long day. And I'm only 2 chapters in. Fuck me. Klein asked his own permission as well as approve his own request. Yeah, my manager used to do this similar thing for vacation. The bitch. Alger felt somewhat enlightened as he said, so the murals depict a distorted image of the 6 gods. They really had humanoid images in the past. Perhaps this is the reason why the church has always been trying to find the forsaken land of God, as it's most likely hidden in the depths of the Sonia Sea. The son was first taken aback when he realized, Mr. Hanged Man, are these the deities that all of you mentioned before? Yes. What do they have to do with the apocalypse? What does it have to do with our land being forsaken by the Lord? Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Forrest raised her hand in confusion. Why is there no god of steam and machinery? Rumor has it that the god of steam and machinery wasn't born until the 4th epoch. Okay. From the looks of it, it's true, and the time node at which he was born seems to be in the late 4th epoch, and not in the early or mid 4th epoch. The Hanged Man said that he had unconcealable enthusiasm for such topics. So that's the case. Force felt a little guilty as she had never read the Steam and Machinery Bible seriously, and her faith appeared as just a way of life. Derek didn't harp on the previous matter and asked, Is this mural the key point? Perhaps. You can try to break it, but don't let the chief suspect you. The hanged man was about to say that he shouldn't attempt to pronounce the honorific name of one of the 6 gods, or else he or they might descend upon the land. But he realized the son didn't know the corresponding names at all. Alright, thank you, Mr. Hanged Man. You're always so kind and enthusiastic. Also, Miss Justice, Miss Magician, and Mr. World, you were similarly kind-hearted. Kind? Enthusiastic? The Hanged Man was momentarily unsure of how to react. The others are so lucky that there's no oil. Yeah. Steam and machinery can only win in like certain environments. Like he needs to be in some rusty ass old industrial fucking warehouse and then he can whoop everyone's ass. But if he's in nature, he's cooked. That was the first time that someone had used such words to describe the Hanged Man. After the discussion was over, Klein suddenly remembered something. In a previous exploration of the abandoned Temple of the True Creator, they found the name Rose Redemption, but didn't seem to pay attention to it. It can't be ignored. According to the evil spirit, this extremely secretive organization is led by the fallen angels, and it is in no way inferior to the Twilight Hermetic Order. Perhaps the cyclic time was set up by them. Thinking of this, the fool, who was sitting upright at the high-back chair, leisurely adjusted his posture and used his fingers to lightly tap the edge of the table. Audrey immediately turned her head to Mr. Fool. Amid the Hanged Man, the son, and everyone else also looked at the fool. Amid the fog, Klein chuckled and said, "Rose Redemption." Rose Redemption? What is that? The key point to getting out of this predicament? That's right. There's such a name in the corner of the mural at the top of the temple. Derek seemed to understand something. Alder, Audrey, and Fours also recalled the name Rose Redemption's high importance, but didn't fully understand the true meaning. Honorable Mr. Fool, what does that represent? This time, Klein didn't respond other than giving a short laugh. His idea was simple. The organization, the Rose Redemption, was intricately tied to the True Creator. No matter what happened in his temple, it would always point to them in some way. As for whether the name was the so-called key point, Klein wasn't sure. After all, he held the right to interpretation. If the son and the others misunderstood the real meaning, how could it be the fool's fault? He's like, listen, if something good happens, I did it. If something bad happens, how is it my fault? Okay, I told you do your job. Crazy. Klein's a born scammer. I think Klein is much more. He's a made scammer. Okay, he didn't start this, but he'll finish it. There's no indication that he was like this in his real life. When he came to this real world, he came to this world and he had no choice. Seeing the fool chuckle silently, Audrey and the others had no choice but to withdraw their gazes and stop asking. In a situation like this, where they were only given hints and not explanations, they didn't find it problematic. Existences at the level of deities typically had similar habits. In the eyes of a powerful figure like Mr. Fool, just providing a single name is enough. Our failure to comprehend is because we are lacking. I remember that there was something related to the Rose Redemption in that semi-abandoned temple. Alder tilted his head and looked at the sun. Yes, it was text derived from Jotun in the corner of the murals. We used quite some time to decipher those words. Text derived from Jotun. Alder hadn't paid much attention to this detail before, but he couldn't help but make the connection now. That little boy, Jack, seems to have gone from the Sonya Sea. Text derived from Jotun. Those words were in the ancient Faesac. They meant Rose Redemption. Derek took a closer look and was stunned. It's very close, but the way that the words end is handled differently. Mr. Hankman, is this a language where you come from? Yes. This language has evolved. The one you found should be of an earlier type. In the world of linguistics, this type of language should be similar to ancient Fasak, which is widely regarded as a characteristic of the Solomon Empire. He was a keyboard warrior. Of course, he was a professional in the domain of scams. What? If you're online all the time, that means you scam people? That kind of feels well. Is it lagging for anyone else or just username? I mean, on my end, it says everything is good. My favorite pastime, dodging responsibilities. Alder paused. What about the content of the corresponding mural? I wasn't in charge of that area, and I didn't take a careful look. Alder nodded before without a change in expression. Find a chance to clarify this. There may be a crucial point hidden. All right. Derek was increasingly convinced that things weren't so bad. Seeing that he had relaxed quite a bit, Audrey was a little curious and asked, Mr. Hanged Man, is that young boy named Jack the son of the listener you described? Why would he be able to communicate with the son and the others? After discussing the corresponding terms for Rose Redemption, she was completely certain that the City of Silver used a different language. And above the grey fog, everyone can communicate fluently. That's all thanks to Mr. Fool. Miss Justice, you haven't experienced any Beyonder events, have you? Alder scoffed at her. Jack has already become such a terrifying monster, so what else can't he change? Trust me, there are times when language knowledge is very easy to obtain, with it just taking a second or two. Audrey blinked, feeling that she had once again exposed that she didn't have much knowledge or experience in mysticism. After this matter came to a close, the tarot gathering resumed as normal. Audrey looked to the end of the table and said, Mr. Fool, there are 3 more pages of the Roselle diary. I still owe you 7. Upon hearing this, Forrest hurriedly added, I also received some responses. There will be some new pages the next time. Very well, Klein chuckled. Do you think some god can understand Chinese? I don't think so. But then also I guess the question is why is the Hermetic Order's name not written anywhere if they can't? Because if they couldn't read Chinese, then it would just be symbols and Roselle would be able to write down the name, assuming that is the name that he's referring to. So maybe like, I don't know, maybe the God of Knowledge or something is at the head of that, and then the God of Knowledge can, I don't know, decipher it or something. I don't fucking know. So maybe can some god understand Chinese? Maybe. How about we look at it from a different perspective? Oh, wait. Could there be another Beyonder who's... Or wait, hold on. Could there be a god who's a transmigrator like Klein? Oh, wait. Actually, that's a good point, because I had this theory for a long time. Oh, I mean by Alder saying languages can be understood in a second in such matters? Oh, maybe. Maybe. Oh, wait. I forgot. I forgot about that. I said a long time ago that there's probably some more transmigrators. There probably is. If it was just Klein, even then there would probably be more. But the fact that there's Klein and we know there's Roselle. We're just talking about like we're just talking about I don't even know where the Chinese thing came from, but it was more just a thing about a reference to how, or for fuck's sakes, a reference to how the Hermetic Order's name isn't written anywhere, and that Alger mentioned that the languages can be understood in a second or two in certain circumstances by Beyonders. So it's just, I mean, maybe there's a transmigrator who's a sequence 0 or a high sequence. By the side, Derek suddenly felt ashamed again because he hadn't had time to visit the library last week to look through any materials. After a simple process, Klein picked up the 3 pages which were conjured and began to read. August 8th, for the first time, I was invited to the White Maple Palace to attend a ball held by His Majesty. These aristocrats are really fucking extravagant, with the food they eat completely being in pursuit of novelty. Things like grilled swans, sheep testicles. I have to say, I was very surprised at the beginning. The aristocrats of this world, yes, this is limited to the aristocrats, really love cleanliness. It's common for them to take baths. Interesting. We're okay? Yes, I think we're okay. It might have lagged there for you guys for a second. I apologize if it did. Wait, hold on. And toilet paper has already taken a nascent form. They totally aren't like the aristocrats of the Earth's middle age. See, like, the fact that toilet paper exists might speak to a transmigrator, because that seems like a really niche thing that would take some time to develop unless there was someone to give that kind of guidance. And we know so little about the 3rd and 4th epoch. I originally thought that this was an effect of the existence of true gods. But I was later informed that this was an improvement that had been made because of some kind of threat. Beyonders of a certain sequence are able to spread the plague through dirty habits. I wonder what kind of sequence and pathway that is. What was that? Would have done it? At that time, my first thought was that there wasn't something wrong with these aristocrats' brains, right? Since they're afraid of the plague, why don't they clean up the street? Why haven't they built a sewage system? Why don't they uplift the slums? What pathway do you think that is? Pathway that deals in plagues. Plagues. Sorry, hold on. Plague doctor, yeah. Could it be apothecary? Apothecary at a higher level, maybe? Apothecary is a pharmacist who would know more about diseases and controlling it than a pharmacist, right? I mean, that's a good guess. I think. I'm sure all of you are gonna make fun of me for, but fuck you guys. That was my first theory too. Yay. Hunter, no. Devil, prisoner, detect, reader. Yeah, I'll go with apothecary. I don't know. Okay. Oh yes, we can do a we can do a divination really quickly. Ah, fuck it. Is the pathway that can control plagues, the apothecary pathway. No, it is not. Fuck's sakes. Okay. Never mind. What pathway is it? Couldn't fucking tell you. Oh wait. I can turn the music. I can turn the music back to regular music for the time being. Anyway. Bruh, electricity went. I'm on my phone. I fucking hate it. Do you know which pathway vampires sanguines are from? I think you know the sequence number? I don't think so. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, never mind. Are sanguines apothecaries? Now that I think about it, that might be a silly thing, but now that I read my notes, all sanguines are good potion makers. Top potion makers are all sanguines. Are they just apothecaries? Oh god, they will be so fucking... They would be even lamer than I already imagined them to be. Oh my god. Oh, divination? Yeah, sure, fuck it. Dude, I don't have any more money to do a divination. This is so cooked. Okay, hold on. 10, 22, oh. I think I have enough. Yes, thank God. Okay. Coin flip. Are sanguines from the apothecary pathway? No, the sanguines would be lame, not the apothecary. Well, I guess they're interchangeable if it's true. Interference? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my fuck, kill me, dude. All sanguines are from the apothecary pathway. Yes, okay. Confirmed. Thank you. Fucking divination. Kill me, dude. Fucking interference. How does it land on sideways that often? This is crazy. Gamble. Dude, I have username. I literally have nothing to gamble. Literally all my money I've wasted on fucking on divination and just pissing it away. Do not diss the sanguines. They're Aerodeath. They're vampires, but they're just potion makers. They live quietly, and they're like, no, we just want to live quietly. Don't hurt us. We'll just steal from blood banks. You guys are supposed to be a superior human race, and you guys are fucking cowards. Okay, I said it. No one else wants to say it. I'll say it. Okay, they're fucking cowards. Where was I? They're all in the same city. Does this mean that this place will be fine when there's a plague over there? Well, with our water resources, food, and people isolated, and them moving in only one direction, perhaps it really will be alright. But there are plagues that can be transmitted through the air. When I hold a high position, I must push for urban planning and clean up the environment. Even without the plague, just living in such a stinking city is annoying. Oh right, I've been summoned tonight by His Majesty. I thought that since I was born on Earth, I, who received an education of all men being equal, would neither be humble nor arrogant. But in fact, I remained very nervous and excited, unconsciously bending my waist and bowing my head. Of course, I know that in terms of dignity, I am equal to the king. That is the charm of power. Even though this entire page is filled with daily activities, the Emperor still manages to make me laugh. November 11th, about to advance to Sequence 4 to become a demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, my life's natural order will experience a qualitative change. I will no longer be a short-lived creature. Oh, see, I fucking told you, this was in my notes. I will no longer be a short-lived creature. A demigod lives like way, way, way fucking longer. Of course, different sequences of different pathways will be in different states. I face two choices. One is Alchemist of the Savant pathway. So sequence 4 is Alchemist. And the other is Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior pathway. Oh. Huh. Alchemist of the Savant pathway. Notes. Savant. Sequence 4. Alchemist. And then sequence 4 of the Mystery Prior pathway. I don't know what sequence 5 is though. That's fucked. Why do I not know this? Sequence 4 of the Alchemist pathway. Mysticologist. Easy. How's it going, man? Thank you. Yes, I will probably need it. If this is anything like the ending of Volume 1, it's gonna leave me mentally fucked for days. This is good. And the other is Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior pathway. Eventually, I chose to not change pathways since the Hidden Sage is a very dangerous existence. However, I ultimately suspect that he isn't real, or that he isn't a real deity. Perhaps he is of a slightly lower level. Oh, he suspects that the Hidden Sage isn't a deity, like he's a Sequence 1 or something. He's a high-level angel. Is the Hidden Sage the god of the Mystery Prior pathway? Or if not the god, then the top. If you're free, easy, we'll talk later. But if you have some time available on the weekend, it'd be if you're up for a chat. If not, we could obviously figure out a time. That's no worries. Roselle also suspected that Zaratul might be Sequence 1. Yeah, I mean Zaratul's that guy's strong as fuck, or at least he knows a shit ton of stuff. So that would make sense. After becoming an alchemist, I will be able to inject soul into the items I create and give them life. Well, okay, so then the guy from the Church of God of Steam and Machinery is a Sequence 4 mysticologist at the least, because he did that to his item. Give souls to items they create. I see. Okay, cool. This is the feeling of being a creator. It will definitely be excellent. It's also the reason why I continued choosing this Beyonder pathway. Okay, just a quick small thing, okay? This is interesting. It says, this is the feeling of being a creator. That's interesting. Because creator makes me think true creator. Could the true creator be the sequence 0 or above sequence 0 of this pathway, or its sister pathways or something? After obtaining this sequence characteristic, I should be able to complete more of my concepts. There will come a day when the saying, "It's not that we aren't working hard, it's just that the cheat has a Gundam." It will be a Gundam in the truest meaning of the word. It could be it could be original creator. True. God, they're so okay. I will say this is one thing I really don't like. Original creator, true creator. It mind fucks me so often. I'm so ticked. The only problem is that the corresponding ritual of alchemist needs to extract all the life force of a particular region. That's crazy. Desertification of the land and drying of lakes. Why is this not much different from a cult sacrificial ritual? That's crazy. Okay, that needs to go in my notes. That is nuts. Hold on. Corresponding ritual siphons all the life from a region. Certification and drying of lakes. That's crazy. It nukes an entire region. Desert is not dead though. There are fucking scorpions and true. But it says extract all the life force of a region. Desertification, I think it's referring obviously, like, yes, things exist in a desert, you're right, Dr. Z, but I think it's referring more to the fact that it's sucking all the nutrients out of the soil such that no grass or any kind of plants are growing there. And then all the other stuff, it's literally all the living beings, it's literally taking the life force out of. I've always felt that the potion sequence has too many dark and crazy parts to it. Occasionally, it would be so evil that it can make one despair. See, like one reasoning that I have for so I only know of this is one, and then I know of the sequence 0 of the lawyer pathway, right? They both require sacrifice or like death of living beings. So that makes me think like the sacrifice of humans and life is like a necessary. We're not doing an all-nighter, Bullseye. Fuck off. Okay, we're finishing this quickly. The sacrifice of life is necessary because it's not as much sacrificing life. It's much more like you're absorbing the life, like like the spirit bomb that like Goku does. You know, he takes the life energy from other people and then makes a spirit bomb out of it. A demigod or a god is literally siphoning the godhood, assuming we believe in the true creator. That everyone has God or the original creator or whatever the fuck, one of the creators, okay, whatever the fucking one that Jack's dad was talking about. Jesus Christ, username, it's 5 a.m. It takes all the godhood from everyone that you're killing, adds to yours, and sort of levels you up to a demigod, and then eventually to a god. Fallen creator, yeah, dude. See, so many fucking creators. True creator, fallen creator, original creator. What the fuck is this garbage? Give them different names, bro. Make one a creator. Make one the progenitor. I don't like fucking. Just make it slightly different. Why are you fucking mind fucking me like this? The Emperor also feels the same way. Klein couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes he also felt that the background color of this world was a grayish, black, and crazy. Things like the law of beyonder characteristic, conservation, and indestructibility, Laws of pathway convergence and the interchangeability of closed sequences all bring about change that lead to tragedy. Alchemist is a very interesting sequence. Alchemical life sounds forbidden and is a domain very close to that of deities. I wonder if the Emperor made any Gundams before he was assassinated. Probably not. He was rather curious about the ritual of becoming a demigod-like high sequence beyonder, but Roselle didn't record much of it. After all, it was a diary, not a notebook. Sequence 4, Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior sounds good too. Klein turned over the second page. 23rd April, this bunch of aristocrats are really a mess. I even thought that Ma'am Karen had seduced me for sex because she had taken a fancy for my inner self. But who knew that her husband, the Earl of Champagne, was peeping into the opposite room. He was even thrilled, and he even fucking wanted to fuck me. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I'm sorry, but I can't accept it. So I had to kick him out of the room. Compared to their family, I'm a pure child. Oh my god. The Earl of Champagne. This man is the reason there is a chair in a hotel room, okay? The cuck chair. Klein was momentarily speechless. He felt that the private life of the Emperor was filled with a lot of excitement. If some aristocrat tries to seek novelty and finds a curly-haired baboon, and some kind of disease might even be born. April 25th. To cultivate my character and hone my mind, I went fishing at Swan Lake. I hope that one day I can go fishing at sea for a mermaid. I've been quite depraved recently. I have to invigorate my spirit and invent more things. I can't leave any gaps. Since I transmigrated to this world, I will brand this era with my name. Emperor, it's better if you had fallen into depravity. Then he calmly looked at the last page. April 26th, Zaratul came visiting. I deliberately asked him what a miracle was. He asked me in return what I thought about it. What I think it is? There is only one miracle in my heart, and that is the wonders of civilization. Zaratul finally gave a direct answer. What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead. Whoa, okay, hold on. So, hold on. So, what is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead. At least in my mind, springs two things. It springs two things. One, it's obviously referring to the fact that Klein is a miracle because he has died fucking twice and come back, okay? That's a miracle. But secondly, in my notes, Miracle Invoker, I think it was. Yes. How does it feel to get another indirect confirmation to your theory? To what theory? What? What did I get a confirmation of? Before you type in your next message, Dr. Z, I would just check in with Ramiro or someone. I don't know. Sorry. Sorry. My niece is getting me sick too. God damn it. Miracle Invoker. Zaratul is this. Maybe sequence 2 could be 1 or 3 or some bullshit, okay? So the fact that he's a Miracle Invoker means sequence whatever this is of the seer pathway can bring someone back from the dead, probably. I don't know. I put maybe, okay? I don't fucking know. So those are the two things that come to mind when Zaratul says miracle. $463. Hey, you know what? We're at chapter number. Oh, for fuck's sakes, we're right back on time. God damn it. I was like 20 minutes ahead. Oh, I wasted so much time. Fuck. Whatever. Okay, we'll make the time back up, hopefully. A miracle is to be resurrected. Oh, fuck's sakes. A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead? From the dead? Klein suddenly remembered what had happened to him. The head injury of a man who had shot himself in the head, miraculously healing. A Beyonder who had died from having his heart crushed crawled out of his grave. Are these considered miracles? Is this the miracle the leader of the secret order Zaratul spoke of? And the sequence 2 of the seer pathway is called a miracle invoker. Wait, he just confirmed it. Sequence 2 of the... Wait, it is sequence 2, so I can take out the maybe? No, I'll fucking keep it for now. I don't know. I don't know how Klein knows this, because, bro, we have the same knowledge. At this moment, Klein felt that he had grasped something important, but he was unable to piece it together. As I had guessed, there are other factors at work for my choice of having Seer as my beginning sequence. My greatest support is the mysterious space above the grey fog, which eliminates better interference and provides Seer the most coveted environment. My characteristic of resurrection also seems to come from the grey fog. What? Seer potion buff? Yeah. Okay, so I'll take out the maybe, then Klein basically confirmed that. Okay, never mind. This bitch. Okay. And then I'll just put it in my lore, I guess. I don't know where to put this. Klein believes his resurrection ability comes from the grey fog. Okay, dope. When I came to Baklan, the events of the in which the Marionettis Rosego was involved were naturally drawn to me, which is consistent with the convergence. The higher quality it is, the stronger the attraction as the effects appear intermittent. The sudden change in the indigenous family notebook style of passing key information to me, related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range via the Misfortune cloth puppet. Combined with the other miscellaneous phenomena, does it mean that this mysterious space has a very close relationship with the Seer pathway? That this is a grade 0 artifact of the corresponding sequence? Or perhaps it's a divine kingdom left behind by the sequence 0 of the same pathway? Yes, I know of the convergence law, Dr. Z. How... There's also the possibility of it being the so-called uniqueness of the Seer pathway. Isn't it mentioned in Volume 1? I don't believe so. I think it's mentioned in Volume 2. Right when Klein is killing... no, I don't believe it's... I don't believe we know about it then, username. I feel like it's known... I feel like it's known when... around the time of Rosego is I think when we know it. Or we get to know it. Klein moved his gaze away from Roselle's diary. His anticipation for becoming a high-sequence Beyonder had significantly increased. He wondered what he would discover in the hidden area after he completed the Staircase of Light. Perhaps the reason for my transmigration and the way home will be there. At the same time, he became increasingly wary of the leader of the Secret Order, Zaratul. He was a powerful existence that had long since become a miracle invoker from the Seer pathway many years ago. There might be times and matters that have his fingerprints all over them. Klein then said, "You can now begin your transactions." Forrest immediately turned to look at Miss Justice and said, "I have received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon eyes. The price is £1,000. Upon saying that, Forrest felt a little uneasy, because Dorian Gray's reserve price was $800, which was already a premium above the regular $500 or $600, and she added another $200 on top. Um, After attending so many tarot gatherings and beyonder circles, I understand one thing. Like Roselle said, money isn't omnipotent, but nothing can be done without money. I've already received the fixed payment for my new book and have savings reaching £350. There's still the Spirit Eater stomach pouch awaiting me. There's all kinds of expenses needed for sequence 7, 6, 5, and even 4. Bro, even fucking 4s is like, oh, even sequence 4. Bro, you're a sequence 9. Calm your ass down. How about we worry about getting to mid sequences first? She's already thinking about high sequences. This is wild. $3.95? Okay, well, yeah. The meaning behind Mr. Fool's secret hint is that I should be able to be freed from the curse of the full moon once I become a high sequence beyonder. In this regard, saving up money on my own isn't enough, and efforts must be made. The price of £1,000 is really expensive. If Miss Justice wishes to bargain, I'll tell her that the teacher agreed to a lower price by £100 after repeated negotiation. £1,000? Okay, deal. Audrey don't give a fuck about £100. This bitch is crazy. She thinks Audrey would haggle for £100? Although she still owed the Viscount a final installment and still owed the Mr. Fool's blessed £2,000, she would officially be declared an adult at the New Year's ball. Not only would she then have control over her wealth more than ever before, she would also receive many valuable gifts, such as the one her father promised a few days ago. He promised to give his dear daughter a further £50,000 in Backlund Bank shares and more than £2,000 in cash. Hence, £1,000 wasn't a number that she was bothered by. Dude, I love that. Her birthday present from her dad is £52,000. I think someone always says that a pound is $100. I think it is. I might have that wrong, but I feel like a pound is like $100 in nowadays currency. Like, Jesus Christ, this lady is swimming in it. So she's getting $5.2 million as a gift from her dad. Like, you think she's gonna haggle over 10 grand? Are you out of your fucking mind, Force? That's her birthday gift from her dad alone, let alone what she's gonna get from everyone else, because, you know, you bring gifts to birthday parties and stuff. I know it's not technically a birthday party, but I mean, it's effectively what it is. Like, you think she's gonna haggle over 10 grand? Dumb. Audrey had originally asked Mr. Fool to extend the payment period of £2,000 to February or March. On the other hand, she had to, on the one hand, to pay off her debt to the Viscount and save up money as discreetly as possible. On the other, she had to set aside an additional budget for the ingredients of the psychiatrist potion. The racist brother loves spoiling his sister, so does the other brother. True. Bro. You know what? Triple that. You know what? She's getting $15 million in birthday presents. Fuck yeah. It will be a nice son. Dude, yeah. Just like whatever you need, dude. Now was the time to use the budget. Bro, I love how Audrey is actually girl mathing it though. She hasn't even received the money yet, but she's like, okay, listen, I can spend £1,000 here. I can spend like another. I need to give 2,000 to the Fool's Blessed. I need to pay back the Viscount. Like she hasn't even made the fucking money. She hasn't even gotten the money yet, but she's already spending it in her head. True girl math, dude. At most, I'll have to tighten my belt like I did for the past few months. But after March, there shouldn't be any problem. She agreed? What? Forrest was happy and confused. Forrest asked Mr. Fool to bear witness to the transaction and arranged for Miss Justice to make the payment first before she delivered the ingredient on Wednesday. As Forrest decided to head for the Prince Harbor immediately upon receiving the cash without wasting any time, she looked at the three gentlemen, son, hanged man, and the world. Does anyone have any information on the spirit eater's stomach pouch? After calming down, she discovered that with her experience, she could digest the excess characteristic faster than expected. 1 week was almost equivalent to 2 weeks of the past. In about 10 days, she would completely digest and resolve the problem. Derek nodded and said, I was just about to tell you that during this exploration, we obtained some Spirit Eater stomach pouch. I can exchange it at a low price after I return to the City of Silver, under the premise that I'm no longer under surveillance. Okay, but it seems you have no use for gold pounds? Forrest asked. Without waiting, Aljo interjected, you can hand me the corresponding cash or gold coins, 300 pounds is a very reasonable price, and I will provide the Solar High Priest formula to the sun. Mr. Hanged Man, you have the Solar High Priest formula? Derek asked. During his previous patrols and recent exploration, he recently felt the power of the sun pathway were perfect for dealing with the dark. Yeah, no shit, brother. Oh, he really is a child. Although the giant pathway Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin could already create the light of dawn in the realm of holy and light, it's still inferior to the light suppliant. Is it? What's the Sequence 6 of the light suppliant? Oh, it's worse than that of a Sequence 8 light supplement? Oh, okay, cool. Fair enough. Dude, Sequence 4 of the Sun Pathway would probably be busted as fuck in the City of Silver, eh? Unshadowed. Unshadowed meaning like there are no shadows around me, I assume is what that means. Like you're basically lit up like a fucking 10,000 watt light bulb all the time. I do the same apart from receiving money part. I just fantasize about spending it all day. Oh god. Dude, oh, you know what? Sorry, quick story time. We used to have this... Oh god, I'm gonna get fucked. I don't work there anymore, so I can't really be fired, but fuck, if someone ever found this, I'd be in so much trouble. So whenever like we'd have a client, me and one of my colleagues who was like, he was a couple years older than me. He was 24. I have to go. Be right back in. Be back in an hour. Okay, yeah, no worries. No worries, Romero. Take your time. Me and one of my colleagues, whenever we had a client who was our age and a guy, we would always look through their credit card transactions, and unironically 85-90% of the time we would find OnlyFans, and it was the craziest thing to both of us. It was like, what the fuck, like, bro, why? I don't, like, everyone paid for it. It was mind-numbing to both of us. He had found the Solar High Priest formula in a treasure in the treasury of the Rorstad Archipelago. Was your 28? Oh no, I'm 20. Wait, how old am I? Sorry, I'm 22. He was a couple years. My colleague was a couple years older than me. He was 24. I know he's 25 now. I guess he's 25. The reason that he, but it was only recently that he had found an opportunity to provide sufficient justification and conditions to have a right to read it once. Paying for OnlyFans is crazy when there's so. I know, Nightwalker. I know. I don't understand any of it. The reason that he gave was that people suspected to be priests of the Church of EBS had appeared on the Sonia Sea, and since he was temporarily unable to return to the Intos Republic, he could only search for the potion ingredients and corresponding to the Solar High Priest. Moreover, the hatred for EBS could turn mere rumors into the basis for actions against the Church of Storm. I think he was saying bye to Romero. Derek was delighted, but then he said with some awkwardness, "The value of a Sequence 7 formula is higher than the than the Spirit Eater stomach pouch. I don't have the gold pounds all of you talk about. The Hanged Man, you can repay it with ingredients of the same value, but I don't know what I can get from you. First, make a list of common monsters found around the City of Silver and their corresponding ingredients. I'll choose from that list. No problem. After this exploration is over, I'll do it as soon as possible. By the side, Klein wanted a facepalm, but in the end, he didn't manipulate the world to break the deal. It was because he also wanted to know what kind of monster and ingredients were common to the City of Silver. Bro, how they're gonna get the information through you, so you can just take a look at it. What are you losing your mind for? Chill. I need a pair of dragon-eyed sea condor eyes. I'll pay the necessary compensation. He only mentioned the dragon eyes. In other words, he has clues regarding the blue shadow falcon crystalline feathers. He really does have many channels and resources. Audrey thought. After the transaction came to an end, they began to freely exchange information, and the end of the Tarot Club gathering quickly approached. During the process, the world inquired for clues about mermaids and obtained an answer similar to the one he had received from Sharon. When everything was over, Klein had been watching quietly, thought it was necessary to warn Miss Justice and Miss Magician. A terrifying object that is suspected to be Grade 0 has appeared around Prince Edisac. It might even involve 008, which is definitely not a simple matter. Furthermore, the last time a similar situation occurred, Tingent City had faced the threat of an evil god spawn, and it almost disappeared from the map. Now there's a hidden danger in Backland. Klein then made the world say, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have recently received some information that a major event is brewing in Backland, one that will bring about great unrest and may lead to tragedy." "What's the event?" Audrey asked. I don't know. "Where would the elements of unrest and possible tragedy come from?" Forrest asked. "There's contradictory information, making it difficult for me to give a definitive answer." Honorable Mr. Fool, your blessed in Backland must have detected something, right?" Everyone's eyes then turned to the Fool, and he said in a casual tone, "Edisac Augustus." God, he's so cool. 464. I will say, for how much we were, for how long we were waiting for Faceless, I'm kind of disappointed. We haven't even seen it in action yet, so take everything I say with a huge grain of salt. But all the same, I'm a little disappointed. I was really hoping for more. So far, we literally just have stat upgrades on all his previous stuff, and then the ability to change his appearance. I wanted more. Maybe I'm getting greedy, I don't know, but like, I thought Klein would get more powers. For how long he'd been hyping it up, he was like, "Oh my god, I just need to get to Faceless. I just need to get to Faceless." And now he's here. And it's like, nah. Edisac Augustus? What connection does he have to the danger? Moreover, this matter seems to have the attention of Mr. Fool. In her opinion, things that caught the attention of the Fool were either very dangerous, very secretive, or had far-reaching importance, and were by no means simple. Magician spoiled you with such a large arsenal? Dude, for real, Justin, unironically. When Magician came out, I was like, holy fuck, like the powers keep coming. Flame jump, air bullets, the water breathing pipe bullshit. The flame, like controlling flames. It's so cool. And then Faceless was like, well, what the name says, like you can change how you look, and it'll give you like a 30% stat boost on all your previous skills. Anything else? No. Nah. Like it seems so blasé. I don't know. Again, I totally agree that I've been spoiled. I'm not gonna deny that. Okay. That being said, all the same. For example, the true creator had attempted to descend upon Backland with the help of Lanavis, Emperor Ruzel's Black Emperor card, or the death of the Duke Negan. Taking these examples into account, Audrey had good reason to believe that if not handled well, the major event involving Prince Edisac could inevitably lead to a very terrible storm. Jesus Christ. Okay. I have to find, oh, wait, hold on. Yes, Prince Edisac has bothered me for quite some time, and I was only recently relieved by the fact that, by that, and didn't think too much about it. Now that it does seem a bit problematic. At the previous ball, he still warmly kept me back to discuss some boring topics. Trying his hand at the pompous bad humor, but just 2 or 3 days after, he turned rather cold and even deliberately avoided me. The devil, holy fuck. Okay, calm down. It is not water breathing. Okay, thank you. It might as well be water breathing. It might as well be, okay? I misclicked. Okay. It might as well be. Okay. She had never liked the prince, including his 2 older brothers, and she had no intention of becoming a princess consort. Why? If you let me continue, I was talking to you. She was so rich that the prince was following her like a parasite. I don't think the prince gives a shit about the money, if I'm honest, Dr. Z. I think it's because how pretty she is. The followers of the Evernight Goddess couldn't accept that the Augustus family had believed in the Lord of Storm for generations, which meant that their arrogance, pomposity, contempt, and eccentricity against women had penetrated deep into their bones, and it was hard to change them. Not asking a question. Remove mod. Jesus, okay. Oh, please, beauty only matters for dating, not marriage. That is absolutely untrue. When she thought of the strict, ancient, and extremely conservative environment she would find herself in after becoming a princess consort, Audrey felt that she would surely go crazy and flee, disregarding everyone. See, like, that's totally fair. Lurkers watching the fiasco in the back. Unironically, I have, hold on. That's why I have, is it here? So I have the popcorn emoji. We have it now. We have the popcorn. We have when everything is on fire. Last name implies that he's a member. Wait, hold on. Edisac Augustus. The last name implies that he's a member of the royal family. I can vaguely remember that he's a prince. What dangerous matter is he gonna do? I have no way of coming into contact with him. Promote the membership. Yeah. Yeah, on that note. The memberships are live on the channel. If you're ever if you have a couple extra bucks, consider joining. I would really appreciate it. If not, I get it. For whatever reason it is, I totally get it. But if you have a couple extra bucks, consider. You'll get a couple really cool emotes. You'll get Roselle next to your name, and then eventually Trissy and Dunn and some other folks. We'll figure out exactly who and why a little bit later. Yeah, okay. Did you know Zoroastrians consider frogs unholy? Someone should tell them that if they kiss them, they become princes. Seems like the perfect time to beg for mod. I would be great. Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, shit hasn't gotten quite that bad yet. Aw, man. Can you guys see that that's done? No, that's too small, isn't it? Fuck. Okay. I will change that. I'll change that to another one then. It seems too small. Okay. Whatever. Hold on. Okay, fuck. I have to start reading. This is so I can see. Okay. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm just blind. Alger was very interested in the matter, but he didn't dare ask the fool. He could only ponder to himself for 2 seconds before saying to Justice, the magician, and the world, the atmosphere over the sea isn't calm either. It might have a connection with Backland, just like those machines. Oh, shit. Light. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks, man. His words were completely baseless. He simply wanted to exaggerate the degree of danger and let the 3 Tarot Club members in Backland investigate diligently. I have to say that Mr. Hanged Man has acted in concert so well. Thank you, Light. Look at that. The result beside you. That's great. I love that. If I don't know if if it was more convenient to become a member on mobile, I'd be one for. Gotta figure. Oh, dude, dude, actually, Sound, I agree, because I was looking on my personal account to see how it even works, and I couldn't figure out how to become a member on mobile. I agree. I don't even know. I'm sure there's a way to do it. It's like, what the fuck does YouTube make it so complicated? Okay, for fuck's sake, I have to read. I'm gonna be here for till 6 a.m. This is so cool, and I have to drive to my school tomorrow. I have to pick up my cap. Oh fuck! Tomorrow's the last day. I can't put it off anymore. See y'all in 2 weeks. What the fuck? Where are you going, Unhinged? I have to say that the Hanged Man has acted in concert so well. Klein, who was watching from the sidelines, gave up on the idea of having the world say something. He only mentioned Prince Edisac Augustus, but not only with the sapphire, but not the lady with the sapphire ring, who was suspected of having a grade 0 artifact. Thunder! Shit! Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I forgot to. No, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. California got annual training. Oh, dope. All right, sounds good, Unhinged. All right, we'll see you in 2 weeks, buddy. 2 weeks. I should hopefully be like chapter 6. No, not 6. Yeah, like 650 or something by then. That'd be dope. Anyway, I'm leaving now. See you in a while. My thingy's lagging too much. All right, bye, username. And yeah, good luck, Unhinged. We'll see you when you get back, buddy. We're gonna miss all your fucking mushroom shenanigans. He didn't mention the possibility that the matter Prince Edisac might be involved in had to do with 008 and In Song Will, because he didn't know the circumstances of the top sealed artifact that could even destroy a country. Jesus, that is petrifying. All he could rely on were the minute clues to make guesses that he wasn't completely minute clues to make guesses he wasn't completely sure of. He was afraid that if he directly told the key points to Justice and Miss Magician, their investigation would be detected by the target the moment they honed in on their target. This is why Klein didn't try to find an opportunity to inform the Hive Mind. Based on his guesses about the sealed artifact 008, he suspected that if he left Minsk Street and rode a carriage to the Lever Street Cathedral, or to the Lever Cathedral or the Steam Cathedral, he would encounter a highly unexpected, unstoppable attack, such as the eruption of a sealed artifact underground or a fatal strike of a high sequence beyonder. Only the screening of the grey fog allowed Klein to not worry about such problems. To a certain extent, he could inform Justice and the Magician through this more gentle, more roundabout manner. In addition, Klein had other plans. It was to leave Backland by bowing out the stage as a side character, among the side character and changing his appearance without anyone noticing. He would then secretly return and contact the Hive Mind in a manner beyond the Grade Zero's senses. Maybe that would work, but maybe not also. Again, the limits of 008 are so fucking vague right now. Like, we know that it can only do stuff that like logically tracks. Like, it can't just do like the wild bullshit. Like, he can't just write like, oh, everyone in Backland commits suicide or something like that. Probably wouldn't work. But he can't say like but he can say like Sherlock Moretti accidentally trips on his way down the stairs and snaps his neck on the last stair or some bullshit, and that would probably work. Let's hope this will succeed. I hope there's a chance of finding In Sung Will. Yes, the premise is that he is indeed involved in this matter. Wait a minute. While Isaac was after In Sung Will, he had conflict with MI9. He became secretly wanted, and MI9 had always been considered a pro-royal faction in the military. This seems to indirectly confirm Ince's existence. Klein closed his eyes, and the bright boots and pale hand flashed back to him. He leaned back and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet next week. Empress Burrow, the opulent villa of Earl Hall." My god. Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring blankly at her reflection. Those were good news, and there was good news and bad news from the tarot gathering. Good news was that she was about to receive one of the psychiatrist potion's main ingredients. Has Audrey fully digested the what sequence 8 of her pathway? Fuck. Has she fully digested? What is sequence 8? Spectator. What is it? Telepathist. Has she completely digested that or not yet? I don't think she has yet. I don't remember it. She was no longer the ignorant girl who had bought some basic general knowledge from the Hanged Man for £1,000. She didn't mind paying a premium for the eyes of Mirror Dragon. After the Duke's assassination, and the last time she said it was close. Okay, thank you. After Duke Negan's assassination, she gained the desire and motivation to raise her sequence to receive the corresponding combat strength. She didn't want to wait any longer and was willing to pay a price. As long as the ingredients appeared, she would immediately accept the offer as long as the price wasn't outrageous. It's like a precious piece of jewelry that many noble ladies have their eyes set on. It's not like the purebred houses with unique bloodlines that men like. What? It's also like the purebred houses with unique bloodlines that men like. Man, this is some Game of Thrones bullshit right here. The corresponding premium is inevitable and unavoidable. At times, it's not impossible to have the price double or triple. Besides, with Fours buying herself in the process of contacting her teacher, she definitely shouldn't be left wasting her time while also taking risks. It's like men like supercars now. I used to, and then I saw Andrew Tate driving them, and then I no longer want to drive them. Is that weird? I am a true feminist. As for the bad news, there was no doubt that it was related to the prince. Fortunately, Mr. World received the news, and Mr. Fool had provided a warning. Otherwise, who knows how things could have turned out. Audrey, with such excellent conditions, you could certainly solve this problem. Come on. No, Audrey, you're gonna get yourself killed. Calm your ass down. Then she restrained her emotions and headed to the piano room to participate in her piano lessons as if nothing had happened. This was because Earl Hall and his wife, as well as her Hibbert Hall, wouldn't be home for dinner, and she had no one to ask for information now. Wait, Hibbert Hall, that's one of her older brothers? She could only tell herself to be calm, composed, and be patient. Before the tutor arrived, Audrey casually played the piano. When she finished playing, she noticed that Susie had opened the door at some point. Hi. Had opened the door at some point and was sitting beside her. She had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging around her neck. Audrey, what problems did you encounter? The sound of your piano tells me that you're frustrated. Audrey froze, not knowing how to reply. She suddenly felt that she was having a mind-reading dog at home, which isn't necessarily a good thing. He is her brother who is leading the air quality improving thing. Oh, I see. Thank you. With the campsite that lit the bonfire, with his eyes closed, Derek thought back to what had happened at the tarot gathering and made sure that he hadn't forgotten the memories of his repeated experience. After some unknown period of time, he opened his eyes, which were brimming with anticipation, and looked around. However, what entered his eyes were Flames and his teammates, who were exactly the same as in his memories. At that moment, Colin, who was leaning against a stone pillar, said, "We'll set off after 50 rounds of lightning." At that moment, Derek was sure that everything that had happened wasn't a dream or a hallucination. At home, Klein went to the first floor and sat in the living room, feeling the warmth of the fireplace. He quietly rocked in the reclining chair without reading the newspaper, magazines, or even books. It was all so quiet and silent that he heard the ringing of the doorbell. Klein, who was wearing a house shirt and cashmere vest, got up and walked towards the door, the visitor looking at him in surprise. "Good afternoon, Emlyn. Aren't you supposed to be helping at the Harvest Church?" It was the handsome, somewhat effeminate vampire Emlyn White. The arrogant man's expression froze. "I have something to consult with you, detective." Emlyn enunciated. "What is it?" "The fee for a consultation is £1, but it can't exceed an hour. A big shot wants me to do something. Although that matter can help me solve my problem indirectly, it involves a great deal of risk. I don't have any friends, and I'm afraid that my parents would be worried. You're very knowledgeable regarding Beyonder stuff, detective. What do you suggest? Reject or accept?" "I can't give you any advice with just the word something." "It has to do with that fool." "Huh?" Oh my god, he's gonna join the tarot club. Yes. Oh my god. If that divination turns out true, Milos might actually end up losing his mod powers. Not because of that, mind you, but just because if that turns out right, I just need to get it right that Leonard is also eventually becomes a Tarot Club member and is codenamed Star. If that turns out right, we are fucking goated, and Milos loses his mod powers, which means username will be free. Anyway, I'm leaving now. See you in a while. My thing lagging too much? Oh, okay. Sounds good, username. Oh, wait, actually, 465. Emlyn's determination. Oh, that's good. Hold on. Oh, actually, while we're doing this, let's take a quick, like, 5-minute break from reading, and try to guess if, assuming that Emlyn is gonna be, a member of the Tarot Club, what his codename is gonna be. Hold on. Tarot cards, Major Arcana. Let's try to guess, okay? Okay. So, could be the tower. No, that seems silly. The moon. Whoa, because he's the vampires believe in the primordial moon. So it could be the moon. That's good. I like that. The Hierophant. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? The Hierophant. A priest. Yeah, he sure as fuck ain't that. Death. In essence, a vampire is kind of undead, so maybe. The Lovers. No. Wheel of Fortune. No. The Hermit. Doubt it. doubt it. The Emperor. He could be just arrogant enough to call himself the Emperor. That'd be nuts, though. Not judgment, not temperance, certainly not the Fool, not the Sun, not justice, not the Magician. The High Priestess, no, doubt it. The Chariot, the Empress, the World. They don't believe in the primordial moon, vampires do. Sanguine believe in their ancestor. And then there's... oh, wait, they don't believe in the moon? I thought they did. Oh, vampires didn't do? Okay, never mind. Okay. So then that rules out the moon. So, can't be the moon. It could be the Emperor. I feel like he'd be arrogant enough to call himself that, the little shit. The Chariot, I don't think he would call himself that. The Empress, I don't think he would call himself that. The World, that's already taken. Their ancestor is the, yeah, the vampire ancestor Lilith. No, no. Read Dr. Z's message again. Their ancestor is the ancient goddess of the moon. Oh. Oh, their ancestor is the ancient goddess of the moon. Oh. So all the same. Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna go stick with the moon then. Their ancestor is the ancient goddess of the moon. Okay, so then I would stick with the moon. Yeah, my guess is the moon. Since we have the sun, the moon would be like a good offset. Okay, we're gonna go with the moon. That's my guess now. Okay, let's go back. My God, today's stream is gonna be long. And why am I the only one after? Divination? Oh yes, we can do it. Okay, we can do a quick divination, and then we're back to reading. Okay. I only have £1,000. This is not great. We can just quickly do it, Nightwalker. Emlyn's tarot card is gonna be the moon. Tails. Fuck. God. This world is a prison. Alright, let's go. After a second of confirmation, Klein clasped his hands together and said, "What exactly is this something?" "No, I can't say any further." Emlyn shook his head. Afraid of being probed, Klein didn't pursue the matter. He analyzed based on the information he knew. Something to do with the Fool. It can help Emlyn resolve his problem. Contains high risk. It seems likely that he intends to hold a ritual to pray to the Fool to eliminate the psychological cue and gain his long-awaited freedom. But this is no longer a ritual Emlyn will hold himself. It's a ritual that a particular big shot's instructions. And with this vampire's pride, for him to address the person that way, it likely means they're a powerhouse among the Sanguine. Why would they send a descendant to pray to the Fool? Are they working with the Aurora Order? I guess I'll try guessing if I'll respond to your prayers. He hesitated for 2 seconds and didn't make a suggestion. Instead, he said, "Statistically speaking, when praying to a hidden existence without understanding the situation, 30 out of 100 cases won't receive any response. 68 cases will end up encountering all sorts of terrible things, causing them to lose their lives, live a life worse than death, and only 2 cases have a possibility of success." As a former keyboard warrior, Klein always believed that when it came to proving something or reinforcing a point, anyone who just gave an example, without exception, without mentioning the entire sample or overall statistics, was an asshole. I completely fucking agree with Klein on that one. Totally agreed. Only 2 cases of success? Problems with the other 68? Basically, this is the level of danger over the matters you're going to do. If you have malicious intent, the risk is even higher. No, there's no malice. But besides, the big shot will protect me in the process. No malice, huh? Even if you have malice, you might not know it since you're just cannon fodder. This will reduce the risk by a lot, but it definitely won't bring it to zero. Does that big shot really have the means to resist a hidden existence? Probably not, Emlyn answered. So, Emlyn, there's no need for you to take this risk. Even if you completely believe in the Earth Mother, it won't affect your life in any way. Look at the citizens of Phaenopotter. They don't they eat, dress, or do whatever they want? When the time comes, there's a high chance that Father Utrovsky will no longer force you to volunteer, and you will regain your freedom. Furthermore, I believe you have adapted well to the teachings of the Earth Mother. Being a believer because I like her beliefs is completely different from being forcefully turned into a believer. Even if I do abandon the moon one day and believe in the Earth Mother, I also hope that it's a choice that I freely make. It has nothing to do with others. This is the last pride of a sanguine. That seems fair. You know what? For the first time in a little while, I actually kind of agree with Emlyn. Like, hey, I'm okay to believe in her, but like I want to make that choice. That's fair. The problem is very simple. That is, do you have the courage to face a certain degree of danger because of the orders of a big shot? If you're willing to sacrifice your life for this, then the answer is simple. In short, this matter will ultimately be left to you to decide. If I really choose to make an attempt, it's definitely not for myself, but for all sanguine. Resolving this problem is just an additional perk. All sanguine? What matter of mine involves all sanguine? That big shot's lying to you, dog. Do you believe that a weak vampire has the chance to save an entire race? Sanguine! Sanguine! Moreover, my strength isn't bad either. It's equivalent to a sequence 7 of you mere humans. By the way, it's the kind that specializes in combat. As for whether you believe it or not, you wouldn't understand. Although your analysis and suggestions are meaningless, I still have to thank you. The consultation fee will be deducted from the previous suitcase and tin box. Huh? Klein wasn't able to react for a moment to what he was talking about. It was only when Emlyn left that he realized what he meant. Aren't the vessels in large transactions usually free? That petty and stingy vampire. He's still mad that he took his briefcase. Dude, Emlyn is such a dick. Is the moon white tonight? I know. Like, what he said was actually a totally fair thing. And then he went off the rails about his fucking suitcase. The little shit. Like, no, you took my suitcase. It's not fair. Bro, chill. You just got like 200 pounds in commission. What are you hassling him for? Wow, that is hot as a motherfucker. Jesus. Okay. In the darkness, in which the frequency of lightning had yet to resume. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Okay, we're back to the sun. Give me 1 second. I gotta change the music. In the darkness in which the frequency of lightning had yet to resume, the exploratory team of the City of Silver punctually arrived at the periphery of the abandoned temple. Derek remembered that during the first operation, all of the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished here, and the entire team fell into pure darkness. And he also heard the creepy cry for help coming from the depths of the temple. According to the conjectures from the Hanged Man and Miss Justice, this might be the starting point for our repeated cycles. But why would we wake up in the campsite outside the city and not directly here? Remembering the discussion of the Tarot Club, Derek raised his hand and prayed secretly, as suggested. A pure light suddenly burst out from his body, causing Joshua and the others to quickly assume battle stances. What happened? Colin asked. Your Excellency, I just heard a child crying, "Save me." He wanted to test if this was a key point. And now? Colin asked. I don't hear it anymore. Did any of you hear it? Colin asked. No, said everyone else. After pondering for a few seconds, Colin came to a decision. He took out his dark blue metal bottle from the secret compartment in his belt, smeared it on his sword. He then stabbed the sword upwards. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Streaks of silver, snake-like beams started to surge upwards, quickly spreading in all directions. The silver-white light suddenly enveloped all the members of the team, as if illuminating the darkness corners of all of them. With a sizzling sound, the silver serpents drilled into the void, heading off into the unknown. Everything calmed down quickly, leaving only the dim light of the animal hide lantern scattered in silence. Colin narrowed his eyes. Whatever he attempted, he had sensed something unknown. After 5 seconds, he raised his hand and pointed forward. From now on, we can't afford to be careless. We have to be on full alert. Derek calmed his heart and followed the team into the half-deserted temple. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't look at the face of the fallen creator. In the process of inspecting the ground, he managed to get himself to investigate the area where the mural was being proactive. He held onto the animal hide lantern in the Axe of Hurricane as one of his teammates began to take actions. He finally reached the destination after passing a small series of mottled and crumbling walls. As the light from the animal hide lantern grew closer, the murals on the wall gradually became clearer. The angel of the true creator has returned. Welcome back, Romero. Derek first looked towards the corner and found a strange, memorable line of words. Rose Redemption, he silently chanted. On the highest area of the mottled wall was a huge, blurry, pitch-black cross. A shadow that was difficult to discern was hanging upside down on it. Against the backdrop, there was a desolate plain. In the plains, there was a long line of people. Their destination was an unknown, distant mountain. The cross on top of the mountain, and the figure was hanging upside down. Within this line, some of the people were kneeling, praying devoutly. Others had already stood up and were walking, facing the raging winds. Their faces were simple sketches, as though it was trying to highlight their tattered clothing. Only the leader at the front was relatively clear. It was a tall and thin man with long silver hair reaching his back. The man had soft facial features, his head lowered and his eyes tightly shut. There were layers upon layers of wings of light on his back. A legendary angel, Derek observed. Hold on. What did Roselle say? Where the fuck are my notes? Oh shit, Ramiro, thanks man. I really appreciate that. This music is perfect for writing the prologue to my real novel. This OST is so fucking good, dude. About him being a certain pathway, not a certain god not being a god. I can't remember what he said. And then just being an angel. Oh, he was referring to the hidden sage. Oh, okay. Sorry, never mind. Sorry. I thought maybe it was the true creator. Never mind. Sorry, I couldn't remember what it was. So I thought maybe this angel was referring to that. Mero was gone to beg his father for money to spend here. Nightwalker, you do the same then. Sorry, that was right there. Soon he discovered a rippling river beneath his feet beneath the feet of the seemingly angelic man. Jack's dad says the 7 deities are not true. The river kept twisting and turning, and it led back into itself. I got tired of holding my phone. Is the electricity still gone, or is it back now, Romero? A cycle. This creates a cycle. Derek felt that he had caught onto something important. So just waited till the Oh, nice. Okay. In the events of in the cycles of experience, there was actually a circular river in a mural of the wall. The latter was obviously hinting on revealing something. Derek looked up and saw the silver-haired angel with an uncomfortable number of wings. There was a touch of indifference in the gentleness of his face, as though he was looking down at the river, looking down at fate. I see. Wait, is the electricity gone for you too, Nightwalker? Do you get tired from holding your phone? No. Now that everyone is joining, I feel left out. Is this the true meaning behind Mr. Fool's hint? Derek thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he planned on blaming all of this anomaly on the boy Jack. If he failed, no one would remember what he had done. Under the stunned gaze of his teammates, Derek raised his axe and viciously slammed into the river in the mural. The lightning that had flashed by was just triggered, and the silver light fell onto the axe. My screen time is like 10 minutes a day on my phone. That's crazy. If I told you guys my screen time, you guys would... There's a doctor in here. I'm not telling you my screen time. And that's not including my fucking... my screen time on my... Fuck's sakes. Okay, never mind. It's too late now. On my phone or laptop. Yep, at the same time as when Romero said... Oh, shit! Justin! Thanks, man! I appreciate that. Romero, Nightwalker, does the electricity often go out where you guys are? Or is that like a rare thing? When I was 2 or 3, there's a video of me crying and saying I want an extra arm because I can't hold many things at the same time. That's crazy. That's early age to have that kind of self-awareness. That's crazy. Okay. Bam. Derek's axe wrapped in streaks of lightning. There was a storm. That's where I think it went. Oh, I see. Derek's axe, wrapped in streaks of lightning, struck the river in the mural, causing the wall to cave in and the stone chips to fly everywhere. With one strike, the river that had its source connected to its mouth completely disintegrated. Just as he was looking forward to having the cycle broken, Colin's figure phased away and appeared before him, his face grim. What were you doing? The tip of the demigod's sword was still pointed downwards, but the grip of his hilt was clearly tighter than before. Wasn't actually making me use my account instead of just carrying cash. Yes, technically I think that's more on YouTube than on either of us. YouTube wouldn't just allow you to just mail them cash, unfortunately. That'd be a lot slower. Plus, who uses cash anymore, Justin? Like, fuck, I carry... Dude, unironically, when I had to clear... last time I went through the U.S. border, we were sitting in a car, and the border agent goes, hey, how much cash are you carrying? And I went, $3 US. Because I had, like, 3 $1 bills, so they were just sitting in my wallet forever. And I was like, okay. Canadian? I was like, 0. I was like, you don't have any cash? I was like, no. And the guy just waved me on by because he was like, oh, but like I use the bus a lot. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Like I never carry cash on me, like to a fault. Like I know I should carry some cash. It comes in handy in case, you know, the power's out, the terminal's not working. Like you should have some cash. I just never carry any. It's so fucked. Thinking back to the collective wisdom of the Tarot Club, Derek said half-doubtedly and half-fearfully, "Your Excellency, a black shadow flashed past here just now. It's true, it looked like the figure of a child." "Haim, did you see it?" Colin asked. He shook his head. "No, I didn't see anything." Colin's light blue eyes immediately glowed, revealing two complex dark green symbols. He watched Derek in this state for 4 or 5 seconds. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and said in a normal tone, "This is your first exploration mission. Hallucinations due to being nervous are normal. Subsequently, you are to stay by my side. I think you'll be calmer this way." "Yes, Your Excellency." Having just made an attempt, he confirmed that the mural wasn't critical. The rose of redemption that Mr. Fool suggested likely hides a deeper meaning. It's not that simple. What happened afterwards wasn't much different from the explorations he remembered from his previous attempts. Everyone repeated the events in the past and arrived at the final hall for the 6th time. There they found Jack curled up in the shadows. Upon hearing save me," and seeing the silhouette of the child, Colin nodded his head indiscernibly and retracted most of the attention he had placed on Derek. "How can we save you?" he asked. "Save me. Send me home." "Where is your home?" Derek asked. Upon seeing this, Colin shut his mouth and tightened his grip. My home is Enmat Harbor." Enmat Harbor. Although Mr. Hangman had never mentioned it, from the word harbor, Jack really doesn't belong to this place of ours. Easy, are you... welcome back. It's very likely that he comes from the outside world, from the Lone Kingdom, where Miss Justice and the others are located. Derek was overjoyed, unable to hide his excitement. His reaction didn't arouse any suspicion from the demon hunter Colin, because this powerful chief had never seen the sea. He could only read from the preserved books that this body of water was many times larger than a lake. The words that came out of the strange boys' mouths presented itself like a painting of a new world for Colin. This made him, who was desperately searching for the future of the City of Silver, forget about anything else as he blurted out, "How did you and your companions get here?" "My father and I traveled by boat. Then we met with his companions and continued the voyage. After a huge storm, the rest of us touched ground and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze, and came all the way here." "Followed the direction of the Lord's gaze?" Colin asked. Soon after, Colin was able to determine some general information. They proceeded in the direction of where the statue was looking. That is to say, as soon as we reverse the process, we can find the shore and the place where they landed. The opposite direction of his gaze. The map around the City of Silver, which was gradually perfected through continuous exploration, appeared in Colin's mind, and he came up with a preliminary sketch of the route of the boy's journey. By the way, Easy, did you remember who Jack was when he came up here? Because I had no fucking clue about this kid. Like, I didn't remember him at all. And they were like, "Oh, you don't remember him? He was mentioned in chapter 53. I'm like, I'm supposed to remember this? If there are no other temples in the middle and no corresponding statues, extrapolating it all the way would pass through the ruins of the Giant King's court. Colin's pupils contracted. That was the palace that once housed the ancient god, Ormir. It wasn't too far from the City of Silver. The descendants of the Kingdom of Silver, who had been ruled by the giants for generations, knew exactly where the ruins were located, but were unable to complete their exploration of the area because it was very dangerous. Even more dangerous than pure darkness. Fuck. Okay, my phone just died. Whatever. How did they do it? Perhaps they didn't take a completely direct path and they circled around it? Regardless, there's a path that leads to the sea behind the Giant King's court. And the other end of the sea might be the human kingdom. Is that the hope for the City of Silver? Colin couldn't help but resist the thought. At this moment, Derek acutely noticed that the clothes on the boy's chest and the abdomen were dyed dark red, and some kind of liquid was slowly seeping out. "Are you hurt?" he cautiously asked. Something ugly is growing there. Jack lowered his voice and answered. As he spoke, he took off his clothes, revealing his bare chest. It was inlaid with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. What the fuck? It wasn't painted, nor was it made out of gems. They were real eyes, a real nose, and a real mouth in the purest sense of the word. Furthermore, they didn't belong to one particular face, but that of 3 people. I've got to be. I'm having a fucking stroke. I'm sorry. I need to reread this. Jack, something ugly is growing down there. It was inlaid with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Real eyes, a real nose, and a real mouth. They didn't belong to one person, but that of 3 people. I'm just imagining the fire giant from Elden Ring. Oh, that's actually a really good. That's actually a good callback. That's true. Okay, so that of 3 people. So the eyes are of one person, the nose is of another, and the mouth is of another. All of a sudden, Derek imagined a scene in which Jack had used the remnants of his companions after eating them, their eyes, nose, and mouth, to form a strange face on his chest. The face was gentle and indifferent, giving Derek an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It only took a second or two for Derek to figure out the reason for the familiarity. The face was very much like the angel in the mural above. The silver-haired angel with his feet above the circular river. Sure enough, the reason we keep repeating the exploration is because of him. A thought struck Derek as he blurted out a single word. "Rose Redemption," he solemnly shouted. Jack raised his head and stared at him. "I'm so hungry. So hungry." Wait, hold on. So, the face, nose, and mouth are actually from his companions that he killed in previous cycles, but it somehow looks like the angel? Am I just fucking stupid, or does that not make any sense? How did he take it from his companions in another time loop, but it looks like the angel? Derek froze as he saw a fierce battle ensue. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting by the bonfire again. Rose Redemption isn't the incantation, he thought. The 7th exploration began soon. Derek, who made an attempt, no longer behaved strangely, but he proactively sought to investigate the Rose Redemption mural. By the way, wait, hold on, sorry. So, hold on, I missed a couple of messages. What do godlike figures have the fetish to mark the body of men? First, that's Swinger, now this. That's a good question. Why? Exercise authority? Well, like, I mean, the obvious answer is like, hey, like, you shouldn't try to understand God. You shouldn't try to interpret God because, you know, our brains aren't capable of it. But, like, if we're going to go down that line of questioning, I would assume it would be like to exercise absolute power. So as to say, like, hey, you will hurt yourself for the, to please me, and you may or may not get anything out of it. By the way, do you remember they asked where can Thyle's hair and fingernails be from? No, I don't even know what that means, Dr. Z. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna pretend. I have no fucking clue. It's not supposed to make sense. Okay, good. The face features are of the angel, but the individual parts are that of his companion. Oh, okay. So does that mean that angel is slowly coming back to life through more and more cycles because he's gaining more and more parts back? Does that even make any fucking sense? Does that make sense? Like, if the angel was, let's say, theoretically dead, Like, if, for example, the eye color may be different, but the space between them. Okay, fair. Okay. Okay. As usual, the exploratory team entered the underground hall with the altar and the deity statue. They found the obvious strange little boy Jack. After a similar conversation, Derek once again saw the human face that had been pieced together. Now, experienced, he didn't take any action which could agitate the boy. He lowered his voice and said to Colin, "Your Excellency, the face on the chest is very similar to the angel in the mural above us. It's the angel with the silver hair whose feet are above the river that connects from mouth to the source. Yes, the mural, which is labeled Rose Redemption in the corner." Colin was taken aback before he frowned. As he paid attention and consoled Jack, he sized up Derek from the corner of his eye. "Due to you mentioning this matter, you make me think of certain things. We've been studying this mural for a long time, and believe that it depicts an angel leading a group of ascetics on a pilgrimage. And perhaps this group's name is the Rose Redemption." That would track, because the Rose Redemption is made from a angel family, right? So that would track. The hair and finger, I don't even know what that's referencing, Dr. Z. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And now it may be that it is used to identify the angel. That's the idea you gave me, as Amon used to hide in your body. Not angel family, but a group of angels? I thought it was called an angel family, no? Is that not what it was called? It's just an organization? Oh. I thought, no, hold on. The Medici family. Are you guys fucking lying to me? Medici family are a corrupted angel family who are very secretive and have an organization. Oh, have an organization called the Rose Redemption. Oh, in my mind, I thought they were one and the same. Never mind. Angel family is a family with one or two. Yeah, no, I figured. I didn't figure it was family, just everyone was an angel. Just I figured it meant that it was a family that was headed by an angel. Like they have the power of an angel. Like if I say a country is a nuclear country, I don't mean like they only have nukes and they don't have any guns in the country. It just means like, hey, they have the power of a nuke if shit hits the fan. That's the idea you gave me. Azamon used to hide in your body. Why? Derek was at a loss. The worm left behind by Amon had the symbol of time, and a circular river often is related to fate. Putting the two together, it reminded me of a few books mentioning something that I'm unsure of their credibility. When the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent, omniscient God, cast his attention to the world, he had many angels around him. Among them were the leaders of the angels, kings of angels. They were closest to being God. There were a total of 8 of them, and some of their names have already been lost to history. There are still records, perhaps simple or detailed. Legend has it that the son of gods were among these 8 king of angels. Among them, 2 kings of angels had the title Angel of Time and Angel of Fate. Oh, wait. Fuck, okay, I need to copy that into my notes. Hold the phone. Okay. Hold on. Actually, no. Wait. It continues on. So let me read it and then I'll copy it at the end. Hold on. Okay. Derek immediately enlightened as he asked for confirmation. You believe that Amon is the angel of time and the mural is depicting the angel of fate? Wait. If Amon is the angel of time, then his... I'm gonna say brother. I don't know if that's like technically true, but in spirit, brother, we're gonna say Adam would be this angel of fate. No? The plot thickens. I can't be sure for now. Only the title Angel of Time has been passed down. As for the Angel of Fate, the records are relatively detailed. Wait. The records are relatively detailed for Angel of Fate? Oh. Immediately, he solemnly said, the Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer, Ouroboros? Wait. We've heard Ouroboros before. Where? Where did we see Ouroboros before? Fuck. I don't think I put that. I don't think that's in my notes. We've heard someone mentioned Ouroboros before. Oh, no. Hold on. Wait, wasn't it? Wait, no, hold on. Wasn't it in the fourth epoch mausoleum of the Amon family? Wasn't it Eridas that showed us? So wait. Wait. Am I remembering this right? No? Fuck. I did Google Ouroboros. You're right. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Not gonna lie, I don't remember you reading about it. You haven't heard of... I googled Ouroboros. Yes, okay. May 21st. Hold on. Okay, sorry, give me 1 second. Hold on. What streams did I have May 21st? What time did I search for this? May 21st. Okay, I streamed twice that day. Fuck. So anywhere between 381 and 395. Can you show... No, Justin, I'm not showing you my search history. Wait, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Okay, we're gonna quickly find out, okay? Sorry, this might take 2 minutes. I might not be super quick, but fuck it. 381. Where am I? The Hero Bandit. No, I doubt it's here. Current call. Artistic figure. Just the Judgment card. No, not here. Cardinal Snake. I don't really give a shit. 389. Ah, thank you, Ramiro. 389. Will Ossepton? Snake, snake, snake. Where did I bring Grey Fog? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Will Ossepton's current location. It was a dark room. A strong, dignified Will Ossepton leaned against the desk. A stack of tarot cards in each hand. Beside them was the wooden blocks. He said to himself, that Ouroboros-like snake is indeed the snake of Mercury. The snake of Mercury, which represents fate, because the monster pathway is the pathway that's in control of fate. So the angel of fate is Will Ossepton. Oh, the plot thickens. Absolute cinema. Thank you. Okay, that was so much more fun. Will Ossepton is a fate. Hold on. There can be multiple sequence ones. Yeah, they can be up to 3 at a time, assuming there's no sequence 0 of that pathway. Yeah, I know this. But that Ouroboros-like snake isn't this. Oh wait, never mind. It's saying that Ouroboros is a snake of Mercury. Hold on. So it's not necessarily Will. It's a snake of Oh, I see what you guys are saying. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Hold on. The angel of fate is a snake of Mercury. That's what you guys are pointing me to. I see. Thank you. Where am I? 467. Okay. Tail Devourer, referring to Ouroboros, who's constantly eating his snake. Oh, so silly. Ouroboros is the name of that angel. Because they don't have the actual. Because they don't have. True. Absolute cinema. Okay, thank you guys. Okay. Ooh. 467, the delayed response. My fucking god, tomorrow's stream is gonna be long as fuck, because we're at 2.5 hours and I still have 3 more chapters to go, which it would take me an hour of pure reading. Ouroboros, the actual name of the angel. The angel of snake, named Ouroboros. That is definitely not how you spell that. Thank you. Okay. The iron black coffin with its strange patterns lay quietly in the center. There seemed to be hidden shockwaves in the air that seemed to be silently coddling. Emlyn White stood in the corner and lit the candles in accordance to normal rituals. A dense and unsteady atmosphere emanated, and he, after recalling the requirements of artificial sleepwalking, Emlyn lowered his head and repeated the honorific name of the Fool. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Wait, so then hold on. So all that to say that I might actually... Wait, fuck you guys, never mind, hold on, let me go back. You bitch. Going back to the last chapter. Wait, I might... Oh, I went back too much. Fuck. So, Angel of Time and Angel of Fate. Do you believe that Amon is the Angel of Fate? Amon is the Angel of Time. So, so the Angel of Fate can be Adam. Wait, so you guys just gaslit me? I mean, don't get me wrong. You gave me important exposition that I appreciate, but my theory that the Angel of Fate is Adam could still be right. What the fuck? Okay. Amidst his monotone voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body felt relaxed and reserved. What? Because couldn't Adam... Well, because I don't know who Adam is, right? I don't know if Adam is alive or dead, or... Adam has golden hair? Doesn't the fucking... Oh, wait. Oh, it said silver hair. Never mind. It said silver hair. I'm sorry. I am autistic. Just forgive me. I'm sorry. I can't read. I'm sorry. all that. Never mind. The mural has a guy with white hair. Yeah, never mind. And his name is already told to you, Ouroboros. Never mind. Okay, don't let me cook. I'm so sleep deprived. Don't let me cook. Hold on. Amidst his monotone voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body felt relaxed and reserved. It felt like he was in a deep sleep, but his spirituality was light and energetic as it constantly spread outwards. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was continuously drifting upwards. The reading comprehension devil strikes. Dude, like, I'm so sleepy. Like, actually reading is like, bro is on, so shut the fuck up. Like, actually just reading is like actually taking effort, which it shouldn't, because like I'm so close to falling asleep. In the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, tapping his finger on the rippling light screen to his side. He was expressionless, waiting for the praying figure in amusement. Although it was vague, he could tell that it was Emlyn White. Very courageous, having the drive akin to buying a doll. Klein sighed but didn't respond. My bro is... He had previously tried to divine the purpose of the Sanguines, but he was unable to find any effective revelations. The only thing he was sure of was that it had nothing to do with the Aurora Order. This piqued Klein's interest, but he wouldn't take the risk of responding to Emlyn when a lofty Sanguine was beside him. He didn't know if he could grasp traces of the mysterious space above the grey fog and threaten it like the blasphemer Amon. He had no intention to confirm it since he was dealing with an avatar of Amon back then. Yet now he was facing a powerful Sanguine's true body. Bro, it's 1:30 for me. I slept for like 4 hours last night. Nightwalker, give me a break. Because we finished break at like 2:30. Oh, thank you, Justin. Because we finished stream last night at like 2:30. I fell asleep at like 3. And then I was up at 7:30 because I can't fucking sleep. He didn't know if he had no intention to confirm it since he was dealing with an avatar of Amon back then, yet now he was facing a powerful Sanguine's true body. There's no need to take risks on matters of no importance. Even if I want to know the real purpose of the Sanguines, it's not like there's no other way. Klein looked at Emlyn in a state of sleepwalking and said to himself, I can delay my response. He planned to wait until tomorrow or the day after. He would suddenly respond to Emlyn. He would respond when Emlyn was without protection and when the Sanguine had given up. However, there was a premise, which was to first use divination to confirm the degree of danger. Tail Devourer. Just like that river, Derek suddenly thought of something. Yes, Colin nodded. It means that we may have stepped into the river that runs from its mouth to its source, preventing our departure. Fortunately, this should only be remnants of that Angel of Fate's power. He isn't hiding here. No, it's definitely certain, and it has been long since this has been the case, Derek said to himself. At this moment, Colin took out a dark red metal tube. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes turned even lighter, tinged with silver, and in the end his pupils seemed to turn vertical. A few sparks of silver lit up in his eyes. They circled or collided at random in an extremely intense manner. I sleep for 6, but didn't sleep the night before. Wait, why? Okay. I just couldn't fall asleep or something came up, Nightwalker. Colin first stabbed his sword into the ground, and with a flip of his hand, he pulled out his other sword, smearing it with golden sun-like oil. Did you know that did you know what Ouroboros looks like yet? Simple, face, kind of dead in the eyes, soft face, silver hair, shit ton of wings. Noticing this, Jack's expression immediately changed, as if he was shrouded in a thick shadow. Okay. Sorry about that. The golden and silver light shone brightly, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light before the little boy was the most intense. After a mournful scream, the darkness once again shrouded the altar. Jack stood in his original spot, and even without taking a step. However, the face on his chest had disappeared, leaving behind only a hole where the pulsating internal organs could be seen. These organs spasmed and bounced like electric shocks, and soon they were still, rotting rapidly like they were supposed to. In an instant, Derek felt an invisible aqueous barrier around him shatter. Almost at the same time, he seemed to have left the swift river and returned to the bank. This whole thing is caused by the remnants of the angel powers? Wait. Whoa. True. Hold on. This angel of fate just caused these people to be stuck in a time loop for like a day because like the smallest chink of his power existed there. Whoa. That's mindfucky. Whoa, these guys gotta be strong as a motherfucker then. Whoa, how strong is Ince then? How? Oh. Khan's not gonna have a fun time killing that guy. But hey, we're gonna put him down. I don't care. I don't care if you have to nuke all of Backland to do it. Kill him. Looking at the gloomy underground hall and the upside-down deity statue, and at Jack, who had distorted expressions and had fainted due to pain, Derek felt a sense of joy and relief. Not a day, for infinite time unless the loop is broken. Yeah, I just mean like right now. They were only able to get out after like a day because Klein was helping them. Because otherwise they would have never known, never done this specific set of things, and just been stuck here never knowing they're in a loop. Until someone probably came to see them and they were like, hey guys, what's up? Derek was, he knew that he and the others had finally escaped the cycle of repeating their lives. Derek was well aware that although the final solution didn't seem complicated, it would have taken dozens or hundreds of repeated attempts to find the clues and solutions, without any previous clues or knowledge beforehand. In the process, the slightest carelessness could lead to death, and Derek had no way of knowing if a life that was lost could experience a redo, or if they would still revive by the bonfire. That's a good question. What's even more serious... he's not a miracle invoker, although I guess he could be. What's even more serious is that people would always repeat the same choice, which was to say that they wouldn't even be able to discover the problem in the first place. Exactly, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Without the corresponding memories and experiences, they wouldn't detect any abnormalities, even if it was the 1000th time. They would lose themselves in a circular river until they reached the end of their lives. At the thought of such a possibility, Derek thanked the fool wholeheartedly. Turning his head to the side, he saw that Joshua and the others of the exploratory team didn't show any abnormal reactions. Perhaps it was only after returning to the City of Silver that they would realize that they lost a part of their lives from different dates. At this moment, Colin stood up, walked to the boy's side, and took out another small bottle. He then poured the black liquid inside onto the boy's empty chest. The liquid quickly condensed into a translucent membrane, sticking to the wound and stopping the flow of blood. "Haim, Joshua, you're both in charge of him," Colin ordered. To him, the City of Silver's hope for ridding the curse and defeating the prophecy... To him, this was the City of Silver's hope for ridding the curse and defeating the prophecy of the apocalypse. Derek wanted to covertly thank the fool, but he realized that there was no corresponding prayer gestures. In the opulent villa of Earl Hall... God, I love the constant switchback from the sun to Audrey. It's like, this guy's fighting... This guy's trying to get rid of the remnant powers of a fucking prop angel. So, like, not even a sequence 4, like a sequence 1 or 2. And Audrey's like, la-di-da-di-da, my piano lessons today are looking rather rough. I'm not quite in tune today. It's like from darkness to light, literally. In the the sumptuous dinner glistened under the light of the candles, like literally. Look at our channel really quickly. Sure. Oh, fuck, that is so cool. Hold on, that is so cool. Oh, dude, this guy looks so good. I haven't read it, but does this not look like the main character from Reverend Insanity? Am I losing it? I feel like he looks like... is it Feng Yuan? Am I making that name up? Does he not look similar to him? No. Oh, no. Wait, that's not who he's reminding me of. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on, that's not who... Oh, sorry, I forgot. That's not who he reminds me of. Never mind. Okay. You guys have to give me this, okay? You have to give me this. Does he not look like White from Tower of God? Let me cook. Okay, you have to give me that one. Hold on. No. Yeah, it wasn't Feng Yuan. Sorry. I was... Oh. It looks... No. Justin, you're lying, bro. Come on. They look the same. That's crazy. That is... Bro, I get that bum ass... Ramiro, you can't... No. They look the same. They look the same, bro. Come on. You're killing... Thank you, Easy. Yes. Oh, shove it, you guys. Fuck you. Bing Ning. Bro, I don't know who that is. Is that a person? Devil? Who is this? He'll train a damn goat. Well, exactly. Hell train goated arc. Fuck yeah. Oh, from Reverend Insanity. No, I haven't read Reverend Insanity, so I don't know who that was. No, hold on. Okay. It looks just like White. No, he looks just like White. Fuck you guys. I got that. I don't care. I side with you. Shove it. Okay, I don't care about... Get fucked. Jesus Christ, this is so many wings. I feel like you need 2 to fly. This is just unnecessary. Ouroboros is simply way better than White. Dude, I'm not saying that they're the same character. That's fine. He can be a better character. That's fine. He can be cooler. His powers can be better. Whatever. I'll give you that. I just mean like they look the same. If I said like, hey, the Olsen twins look the same, I don't mean they're the same person. I mean like they visually appear similar. What are you gaslighting me for? The wing is to show his status of the King of Angels. Yeah, no, I get that. That the number of wings means that he's not an angel, he's a seraphim. I get that, I do. This is really cool. The infinity on top. It's like literally the hold on. Like, you can cry me a fucking river. That's the same guy. That's the same guy. I never actually looked at this before. Yes. Oh, I know. He looks dope as fuck, right? Oh, from Reverend Insanity? I mean, they look Jesus Christ, there's so much art on this guy. What the fuck? He looks... This guy, I'm not gonna say looks too similar. I'm not... Yeah, it was a pretty long stream. You're fucking wild, dude. There's no shot I could do that. Like, I would have to stream for until like 10 o'clock. Okay, I don't think he looks that similar. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, obviously the hair and the eyes I get. Is hot. Okay, dude. I'm not okay. Or worse. Yeah, I don't think he looks like him. I think he looks almost identical to White though. He looks like such a pompous prick here. What the fuck? hold on. You guys are gonna hate me for this. I don't care. In this particular version, he looks like... Oh god, there's not a good image. You guys are gonna hate me for this. Fuck, you guys are gonna hate me. I don't care. He reminds me of Daemon Targaryen in this. Like, look at him. He looks so pompous and arrogant, the dickhead. In everything else, he looks like White though. I will say. Is this a gender bent version of him? This is a girl, right? I like Daemon. I like Daemon too. More like Aemon? You fucking take that back, Hailey. You fucking take that back, okay? Aemon is garbage. Fuck that guy. Wait, that's not a girl? You're lying. Okay. That's crazy. He's a twink. That's crazy. Okay. Okay. Alright. Ouroboros is described as having really soft features. Yeah, dude, you can have soft features and look like a guy. Like in this. He has no sharp features at all. Like he has such soft features. That's totally okay. But he looks like a guy. This one he just looks like a girl. And that's fine. Like I can also be interpreting it wrong. It's art, you know? Like everyone has interpretation. That's okay. But like this has such soft features to the point of just looking like a girl. Oh my fuck, you guys are gonna hate me so much. I don't care. Hold on. His face outline is damn near 1-to-1 with Yoruichi here. You understand? Like, forget the hair, forget the skin tone, forget whatever. His the facial structure is 1-to-1 with Yoruichi. Don't tell me that's a guy with just soft features. Nothing can surprise me anymore. What? Okay, easy. Yeah, like even here, he has very very soft features, but like he looks like a guy, no problem. Why nobody's on the official? Isn't this the official one? Or is this the official Taiwanese one? Man, Taiwan gets all the cool shit. Okay, hold on. While you guys send that, I'm gonna just get the next chapter set up. Oh no, I haven't finished this chapter. Fucking never mind. We have to go through the Audrey arc now. Okay, never mind. Let me finish this chapter really quickly. That's Taiwan. Okay. Male Audrey actually sounds cursed. Agreed. The opulent villa of Earl Hall. The sumptuous dinner glistened under the light of candles in an alluring manner. Unlike what was imagined in the newspaper and magazine, the dinner for a great aristocratic family wasn't serious, and there was no need for silence. I've spent the past hour trying to think of a name. Of what? A name of what? Oh, of a character for your I see. This was a rare occasion for family members to gather together. While eating, they would casually chat about a variety of relaxed topics. Audrey sliced a piece of steak which was produced from her ranch and asked, Father, did something happen to Prince Edisac recently? If nothing had happened, then her plan was to pretend that she had heard irresponsible rumors that didn't correspond to reality. It wasn't uncommon for this to happen among the aristocracy. What did you hear? Earl Hall asked. Some rumors, but they seem to be true? It's not a very serious matter. Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so I don't have to hide it from you. This involves a relatively ordinary scandal of a royal family. To put it simply, Prince Edisac has fallen in love with a commoner girl. That girl is a lot of things, but she ain't fucking common, bro. She's gonna get him fucking killed. This led to the death of her aristocratic descendant. The royal family has blocked the spread of this matter, not wanting to cause too much commotion. His wife took a sip and said, "It seems he isn't mature enough." Wait. Hold on. Am I reading this weird, or does this have some implication? She has her own ranch, no surprise. Yeah, like it didn't even, like, I read that, it didn't even register. I was like, whatever, right? Like, it was nothing. So, hold on. So Earl Hall said all this, no problem. And then his wife took a sip of champagne and said, "It seems he isn't mature enough." Why the fuck would it say his wife? Why not just say her mother? Am I being really pedantic and kind of an asshole? Perchance. But still. Mother is being very tactful with her criticism. It does sound suspicious. Has the prince gotten himself involved in a dangerous situation? Audrey put on a look of understanding and said with a smile, "This makes me wonder. Why would the story of freedom and love involve the death of an aristocratic descendant?" Hibbert Hall kept his head lowered and said, "It reminds me of a complicated love story that are so common among the believers of the Lord of Storm. It is very common to fight for honor and for a lady. It's a tradition that has been placed into a museum," Earl Hall denied. Audrey seized the opportunity and said thoughtfully, "I don't think Prince Edisac is that kind of person, and rumors have already proliferated. Maybe that's not the way they want to cover it up." "Perhaps not," Earl Hall ruminated. I gotta go now and spread the word of the assassins. Alright, thanks for popping by, Erdis. I appreciate it, buddy. wait, are you both Vietnamese? Oh, that's cool. Knowing when to stop, Audrey didn't say anything else, as she naturally led the conversation into a different location. She planned on probing her other friends about this matter. As a girl Prince Edisak had once courted, it was absolutely normal for her to want to know the details. Being unable to maintain a state of artificial sleepwalking for long, Emlyn returned to the real world in exhaustion. He said with disappointment, "Lord Nibs." No response. What kind of a fucking name is Lord Nibs? This man should just be stripped of his titles just on virtue of having the most dog shit name possible. Lord Nibs? Oh, good lord. Okay, Lord Nibs said. Stay here tonight and prevent any accidents from happening. Alright. Emlyn didn't try to insist otherwise. He spent the night in worry and trepidation, but the night was so serene and unremarkable, it silently faded only when Backlund's rare winter sunshine scattered across the window. What bad weather. Emlyn left Adora's villa, lowered his hat and mumbled while he got onto the rental carriage. His destination was the Harvest Church. After the carriage continued steadily for a while, Emlyn's vision blurred, and he saw an endless fog. Then, to his amazement, he found himself in a mysterious and majestic palace, sitting at a long bronze table. At the very end of the table, there was a figure shrouded in a thick fog, looking down at him from above. The moon! Oh, I guessed right, but my divination fucked me. Oh, my divination was wrong. No. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I guessed right, though. I guessed right. Oh well. Hold on. By the way, Ramiro, am I reading 470 today, or am I reading up until 469? Like, am I finishing 470? If I ever have a child, I won't put this much thought into their name. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and his mind was blank, like a marble statue sitting there. Read 470? Okay, dope. I didn't... Okay, devil. Alright. Then he heard the figure leisurely sitting ask, "Why did you pray to me?" "It's a revelation from my ancestor. She told us through a dream that the apocalypse is approaching and we need to make preparations. My mission was to pray to the fool." Hearing the undisguised, detailed response, Klein, who had prepared his answers, was at quite a loss. A revelation from the ancestor. Didn't the ancestor Lilith perish in the Second Epoch? Long before the Cataclysm, and have her authority taken back from the Creator? It was precisely because of this that quite a number of vampires tried to pray to the primordial moon, resulting in a tragic outcome. Moreover, Mr. Dorr had already mentioned that the moon card is empty, indicating that on the one hand the primordial moon is most likely the embodiment of some other deity or powerful devil, while on the other it indirectly proves that the ancient goddess Lilith has lost her sequence 0 position, which is generally equivalent to dying. He originally imagined that Lilith, who had responded to the Sanguine's prayers on particular matters, was a relic from the ancient goddess, such as the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Two possibilities. One is that Lilith is being impersonated by another deity who has occupied a key point ahead of time, preventing others from reaching sequence 0. In essence, the entity doesn't care about the Sanguine, and the provided revelation is a kind of test. The greatest suspect is the goddess, who has snatched the title of the Lady of Crimson, but she's already sequence 0, corresponding to the star in the cards of blasphemy. Why would she covet the moon? Is it to foil the plans of her enemies? The second possibility is that the ancient goddess hasn't fully perished. As long as no other powerhouse has become a sequence 0 in the moon pathway, she is able to use a unique and incomprehensible method to continue surviving, waiting for a chance to return, like the Dark Emperor's card description. And perhaps the goddess has taken the title of Lady of Crimson to foil this situation to a certain extent. Okay, that is, I guess, going in my fucking notes. After this chapter, I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm just going to make some more coffee and then we'll be right back and finish it. Going by this logic, Lilith's recent apocalyptic revelation is her struggle to survive, and the Fool plays a key role. If that's true, then in a certain way, it's an invitation for cooperation. But I'm just a Sequence 6 Beyonder. How can I cooperate in a yet-to-disappear ancient goddess? Let Emlyn join the Tarot Club? The Sanguine are a race with a long lifespan. They have existed since the Second Epoch and must know quite a number of secrets. However, that would be taking quite a risk. Yes, it would be possible to divine whether or not to pull Emlyn into each gathering ahead of time. Yes, there was a similar apocalyptic prophecy in the sites of the spirit world from the yellow light Venethan. He also pointed out that the Abraham family's curse would be removed by an apprentice who has the help of a hidden existence. This matches Miss Magician's present stage. She's an apprentice who has received the help of me, the Fool. That's rather interesting. Has every high-level being that's good at prophecies realized that the apocalypse is unavoidable and have seen the Fool's existence and his possible effects? I mean, you're thinking highly of yourself, but I guess. One thought after another flashed through Klein's mind, but his expression didn't change at all. He leaned back and smiled. What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me for? I don't know. At this point, Klein saw the stars behind Emlyn's chair shift quickly, turning into the symbols of the crimson moon. As expected, the Beyonder pathway of the descendants of the ancient goddess point towards the moon, Klein chuckled. In a situation with the 7 orthodox gods and so many secret existences, why would your ancestor think I am the key? The Fool's attitude made Emlyn calm down, realizing that he had encountered an incredible event. He had been forcibly pulled into a magical palace by a hidden existence. Thunder. I don't know I didn't see your message, but don't think so little of me, man. He is the Fool. He isn't actually angry. Is it because I represent the ancestor? I am indeed special. I was mentioned by the ancestor and received a response from the Fool. You're taking yourself real serious there, Emlyn. Let's calm the fuck down, dumb fuck. Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation provided by the ancestor is this. I, Emlyn White, will provide the key in saving the Sanguine and clenching victory against the apocalypse. And all of this will begin by me praying to you. The meaning behind these words was, the key to the apocalypse isn't you, but me. This fellow has such an 8th grade syndrome. I don't know what the fuck that means. That's right. He has always been arrogant and self-important. Amused, he said, the same question. But why me and not the 7 orthodox gods or other entities? I don't know, Emlyn shook his head. Actually, I think I understand your ancestor's intentions. She wishes that with my help you're able to grow into a true high-level entity and save the Sanguine when the apocalypse happens. Grow? As you know, us Sanguines have no way to grow on our own. Only through special ceremonies will we gain the bestowment of our elders and relics of the ancestors that allow our advancement. Indeed. It has to be in accordance with the law of beyond characteristic conservation. In other words, there have to be other ways as long as the basic law is abided to. Your knowledge has blinded you, making you unable to see the wider world. Of course, this question will not be answered by me. The answer must be found by you. I will only provide opportunity. Hold on, I should write that in my notes though. That sanguines can't get stronger. Bro, that is dog shit. You can't get stronger on your own. You need some bullshit ceremonies. Ugh. The more I learn about them, the more I dislike them. Do you wish for such an opportunity? He said in a condescending manner. Without any hesitation, Emlyn got up and bowed. That is what I wish for. Oh, come on. Sorry, it keeps fucking kicking out it keeps moving up and down for some reason. Where did your arrogance go when facing a hidden existence? Why is there only humility? Klein lampooned as he tapped the edge of the table and said, But you have to adhere to certain matters. Please, speak. Emlyn held back his excitement. You cannot reveal anything related to me to anyone unless you gain my permission. That includes the sanguine who was previously present during the ritual. But it's likely that Lilith didn't get you to report to anyone afterwards. This could be inferred from the fact that there was no prayer content in the revelation. He directly called the ancestor by her name, like they're old friends. Emlyn's heart trembled. He lowered his head and replied, No. I love how in this world you can name drop and just be like, holy shit. Like it's the Harry Potter equivalent of someone saying Voldemort and then not getting and not immediately dying, and you're like, oh my god, this guy's goated. Because the only person who used to say Voldemort's name was Dumbledore, because he was like, you know where to find me, motherfucker, try me. Funny thing is that he's still arrogant. Yeah, exactly. Klein said in an unperturbed smile, This is a secret deal, which is why I responded after you were free from surveillance. Similarly, you don't need to report this to Lilith, as it will let certain people notice. If you want to be the key to saving the sanguine, you must suffer the pain of the corresponding thorns. For example, you will not be understood by others, be slandered, and looked down upon. You can only silently proceed in the darkness while being burdened by your heavy mission. The words that were aimed to make Emlyn feel like Emlyn White imagine a corresponding scenario. He, who was mocked by his kinsmen for his fondness of dolls, had gotten lost and entered the Harvest Church, stained with the traces of shame. He who had never been valued and thought highly of by his elders, would silently guard his race from the corner, protecting everyone without anyone knowing. Oh, he's playing him like a fiddle. He's like, oh, your pain has been all for a reason. 8th grade syndrome / that. Like when they say they have some secret edgy power or destiny, usually illustrated in anime. I see. Okay. Emlyn is literally those guys that buy a bunch of figurines and hide away in their man caves. True. Generally, most people tend to do that after they have kids, though, and they hate their kids and wife and just want to be left alone. All the qualities of the chosen one. True. Anakin had the same thing. Think about it. Harry Potter had the same thing. Think about it. I can't. Paul Atreides had similar things. I imagine. I have not read or seen the Dune. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. Eren Yeager had the same thing. Very soon, Emlyn, who had moved himself, respectfully replied, Your will pass through the earth. Klein leaned back and said very lightly, I tacitly consented to the establishment of a secret gathering. and it is held right here. Are you willing to join this gathering and search for the method to become powerful to save the Sanguine? I am, Emlyn replied. Klein nodded. Do you have any other requests? He said in a hurry, Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like you to dispel the psychological cue on me. A bishop of the Church of the Earth Mother. I know, Klein calmly interrupted. He knows, as expected of a hidden existence. Emlyn lowered his head again. Klein let out a soft chuckle. I help you, but what price are you willing to pay? Above the grey fog, he had a very potent spirit vision, and he had previously discovered that the dark-colored psychological cue within Emlyn White's body had mostly dissipated, thinning out to the point of frailty. Hold on, so he could have just waited a little while and it would have gone away on its own, and now Klein is gonna take a responsibility for it. Based. The true scam artist. Anakin and Harry were vampires too? In what sense? What? Maybe too on the nose. What's the name, Devil? Price? Emlyn thought about it for a while, but he couldn't think of anything that would interest a secret existence. Seeing this, Klein took the initiative to say, I'm very interested in some of your Sanguine history. You can use that as an exchange. The Sanguine's history? After a moment of thought, Emlyn agreed. You can think about what you would like to describe first. Before that, you need to choose a code name for them. Klein conjured the unselected Major Arcana cards on the surface of the table. Emlyn scrutinized the cards and said with interest, The Moon. I choose the Moon. It might sound weird without context, or without knowing the context of his birth. Riven Newman? I don't fucking know. Okay. 469. Are you sure we can't leave it at 469? Alright. Alright, we'll read to 70. Okay. Give me like 5 minutes, guys. I'm just gonna run down and make some coffee, and then we'll finish the last 2 chapters. Thanks, guys.
Les fleurs de l'ombre jetant seul sous la pluie, ton souvenir est de lui. Je te cherche tant, mais souvenirs fanés, mais je ne te vois plus pas. Montre-moi la lumière, garde-moi, s'il te plaît. Sors-moi de cette obscurité. Écrasante. Montre-moi la lumière, garde-moi dans ton cœur. Je me languis de toi et je m'endors encore ce soir.
And we're back. Alright. 469 Vampire Queen. 69 Vampire Queen? Coincidence? I think not. Oh wait, actually that reminds me, that needs to be another another emoji. Hold on. Yes. Riven Newman. Riven torn. It means to be torn apart. Was he the first ever C-section in your universe? like how people assume a Caesar was the first C-section, and that's why it's called that. Okay. Above the grey fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. The moon. Emlyn thought hard about what part of the Sanguine history he wanted to tell the fool. I'll just tag you. Alright, sounds good. He and the ancestor are old friends, so he must know what happened before the cataclysm. I don't need to repeat it. Oh god. Oh. In the 4th and 5th epoch, the glory of the Sanguine wasn't rare, and there was a lot of history to talk about. But there was only one important point. Emlyn quickly thought of an idea. From what he knew, the fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm, and due to certain reasons, he didn't perish and had slept until today, gradually in the process of recovering. He and Aldra are on a similar train of thought. This explained why no such secret existence had appeared in the Sanguine records, that had a history spanning a millennia until his honorific name suddenly spread. After the cataclysm, the Sanguine left the center of the historical stage of the northern and southern continents and became nobles of different empires and dynasties as individuals instead of a race. They either governed a territory or guarded a castle in a key area. This continued until our queen, Blood Moon Queen, Aurenia, led us out of the era of darkness, became the wife of the Truance dynasty's Night Emperor. She gathered all of the Sanguine together, and the Sanguine became important supporters of the dynasty. At that time, Lone Kingdom's Augustus and Phasax Einhorn had to politely address our queen as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Aurenia was the symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer questions, then the answer to the most beautiful woman of them all would be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became. He went from being reserved and serious to being extremely talkative. A magic mirror that can answer questions? Isn't that Eridas? I wonder if any members of the hive mind were so bored out of their mind to ask the question, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" I wonder who Eridas would answer. After droning on and on, Emlyn's expression turned serious. Ernia? Ernia, I guess, could also be it. All of this shattered in the War of the Four Emperors. The Night Emperor perished along with the Queen. The Sanguine suffered a terrible blow, and while trying to reap the final fruit of rewards, the four noble families, the Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, and Castilla, split the empire, destroying the royal family, which was lacking in high-level beings. The Sanguine had no choice but to retreat to the uninhabited mountains to hide in the shadows so as to maintain the continuation of our race. Yes, I'm going to add both of those to the Fourth Epoch notes. I was waiting for more because I knew there would be that, and then God, I hope I'm feeling better tomorrow. I'm not going to add the part that already... Actually, you know what? Fuck it, I'll add it. I was thinking about not adding the part where it said that she was the symbol of beauty, and I was like, I'm sure in 600 chapters someone is going to be like, oh, do you remember who the Queen of Beauty in that era was? So I'll just fucking add it. I don't know. Wow, I'm gonna need to eventually organize this more, a lot more. Okay. Fortunately, the seven gods were fractured back then, and the four countries attacked each other. After paying a certain price, we finally escaped the disaster. At this moment, Emlyn was in a rare state of being roused. Honorable Mr. Fool, do you have the time to listen to my descriptions of Blood Moon Queen's deeds and the glory of the Sanguine used to have? That will be a heavy tome formed by pages of glorious expositions. I can repeat everything in them. Klein had no, although he had no lack of interest in history, time didn't allow him to listen. It's enough. Will be spoilers. Although he had, yes. Yes, it's enough, Klein smiled. I like a fair and equal exchange, so I won't let you say anything without reaping the rewards. In the future, when you have a chance, you can use your relevant history to trade for what you want from me. Alright, Emlyn felt lost for the moment. This was the first time he had the opportunity to tell someone about the glory of the Sanguine. Normally, in order to hide his identity, he wouldn't be able to show off to the humans. As for the members of the Sanguine, they all knew what needed to be known, and he wasn't in charge of educating the newborns. Alright, you can go back now. A red light immediately lit up in front of Emlyn's eyes, quickly devouring him. You can read my comment? Okay. Don't read this yet. Will it be spoiler if I mention that it could be very well mentioned in Lord of the Mysteries? See, this is what I fucking mean. Who is the mirror, mirror on the wall? Who's the fairest of them all? Oh, it's Vampire Queen or Arena. Or what the fuck was her name? Arnia. Like, Jesus Christ. After a short period of dizziness, he found that he was still sitting in the rental carriage. Soon after, he saw an illusory goatskin parchment and gained the knowledge of how to request help from the Fool via a secret deed ritual. When I'm free in the afternoon, I'll hold the ritual at home and ask for the Fool to dispel my psychological cue. Emlyn was suddenly excited. He waited until the carriage arrived at the church before calming down and praying for his ride. After entering the cathedral, he was relieved to see that the bishop was there preaching to the few believers of the church. He no longer felt as vexed, as he suddenly felt rather relaxed. In this state, he thought of something. Father Utravsky has never seemed to try to stop me from finding a way to dispel the cue. What is on his mind? Eastborough, in a greasy coffee shop. Klein, who arrived at the scheduled time, bought some food while he listened to Old Kohler's report. It was a pity that there was no valuable information. When Old Kohler was done, Klein thought for a moment, pulled out £2 worth of notes and pushed it over. "You already paid me, just now!" Old Kohler jumped. "Within this week, I'll be heading south for a holiday. After hard years of work, it's time to rest for a bit. I might take 2 or 3 weeks before I return, so I'll pay you in advance. Don't forget to gather me some information." "Oh, okay." Old Kohler accepted the notes with a mixture of joy and gratitude. At this moment, he had already thought of how to spend the New Year's. He planned to buy the cured ham he had been reluctant to buy and match it with his bread. "I really can't stand the wait. Thank you, Detective." Klein picked up his hat, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You should have noticed that the Eastborough has been a bit chaotic recently. Don't take risks to find out more information. If you notice anything wrong, immediately hide and avoid getting yourself involved." He was rather worried about the matters regarding the prince. "I'm very timid. I won't take the risk. I understand." "Very good," Klein praised. Then he remembered the laundry maid, Liv, and her 2 daughters, Freya and Daisy. He said in thought, "Watch out for Liv's family. Don't let them be bullied. If there are any outbreaks in the Eastborough, take them to a safe place." "Outbreaks? You mean workers' resistances?" Old Kohler asked. "More or less," Klein answered. That was the limit of what he could reveal, or it could be very easy for him to be suspected by others, or by the sealed artifacts. In a room with a large and small doll, Emlyn White came home at noon and sat in his chair. He looked around and clenched his fist. "I'll cheer for myself." Jesus Christ. Emlyn is sometimes so unfucking bearable to watch, and on other times he's so sad. God. With that, he rummaged for materials with spirituality and began to write the honorific name of the Fool, as well as the corresponding symbols and magic labels. After some hustling and bustling, he tried the secret ritual deed. His spirituality gradually dissipated, as if he had arrived at an immeasurably high palace. Vaguely, he could see countless shadows of ineffable shapes, 7 colors of light that seemed to contain immense knowledge, and the grayish-white fog that stood above it all. Above the boundless grey fog, there was an ancient palace that was impossible to see clearly. Seated inside was a person shrouded in the fog. Then Emlyn saw the figure of a golden majesty and holiness, as well as black wings that blotted out the sky behind it. He didn't even have the time to count the number of wings before he felt himself floating upwards, making contact with that golden figure. He screamed miserably as he held his head and rolled on the ground, emitting green smoke from his body. It took a while for Emlyn to calm down, then he heard the voice of the fool. Your cues have been lifted. Is that what it feels like to dispel a psychological cue? It's really painful. Atop the grey fog, Klein thoughtfully nodded and said to himself, "Indeed, the sun brooch's purifying and dispelling effects can also harm vampires." Oh, that's why it was hurting him. he was purifying him. He had calculated in advance that the sunlight needed to remove the weakened psychological cue wouldn't severely damage Emlyn, so he couldn't be bothered to switch to a more complicated approach. He was like, fuck it, probably works out. And now, the result was indeed consistent with his expectations. After taking care of the matter, Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist, pendant on his left wrist, and planned to perform a divination. It is suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor this afternoon. After chanting it 7 times, he saw the spirit pendulum standing still and not spinning. The difficulty of divining something that involves a grade 0 artifact or powerhouse is too high. I can't get any effective revelations. He then started to divine if it would be suitable to head to the Rose Manor tomorrow, but he received the same signs of failure as an outcome. Isn't that what he just fucking did with the other one? What? Did I just read this twice? It's always said that divination isn't omnipotent, and now it has been proven. I have to go on my own. I have to take this step, otherwise there's no way for me to leave the stage unnoticed, so as to go behind the stage. The earlier, the better. I can't delay it. Otherwise this matter might become completely impossible to recover from. As his thoughts churned, Klein came to a decision. He immediately returned to the real world, put on his frock coat and top hat, and walked out of his house, heading for the Red Rose Manor. $470 name. Whose name? The name of the lady that the prince has been seeing? Whose name? Last chapter. My god, these chapters, they weren't even that long. I think they were actually short chapters, but they've been so jam-packed full of stuff that I'm kind of getting fucked. Like, and also we've been talking so much that I'm half an hour behind schedule and I have another chapter to read. That's crazy. Outside the Red Rose Manor, Klein walked out of the carriage while carrying his cane. He closed his eyes and calmed himself as he looked at the red uniformed soldier standing guard at the door. Since 008 has been making coincidences to stop this woman with the ring from meeting me, today shouldn't be any exception. There's no need for me to worry about running into her. As long as I fool the prince with my acting, everything will be fine. Klein entered the manor. After being searched and handing in his gun and revolver, he followed the valet's lead and walked across the grey slate road, past a fountain spewing clear spring water and entering the main house. They arrived at the second floor and arrived outside the room that was supposed to be a solarium, according to the layout. What the fuck is a solarium? What is a solarium? A type of sunroom addition that is made completely out of glass. Cool. During this entire process, Klein had his heart in his mouth, worrying something unexpected would happen. Well, the fact that you fuckers are having me read this chapter means something is gonna happen. He was afraid that his situation would develop in the worst possible manner. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking gently on the door, a valet approached the door and whispered, "The detective has arrived." His Highness has invited him in. After 10 full seconds of silence, the door creaked open and the warmth spread out, with a temperature that was warmer than the hallway. Under the watchful gaze of 2 tall guards, Klein stepped onto the thick, patterned yellow carpet. When we were introduced to Ince in the last time, it said in a carpet with thick, in a room with thick white carpet. No, that's what I'm remembering. Could Ince be in this house just in a different fucking room? Because that's similar wording. It's giving me deja vu. He took a few steps forward, skirting around the cabinet and separated the inside from the outside, and saw the prince sitting by the full-length windows, enjoying the rare winter sun of Backland. Oh wait, Kami told me something about music at 470. Hold on, I just gotta check what he said. I can't remember. What did Kami say? Not many music changes until regular Derek moments. And Shadow Lord at the end of 470 when Klein gets back in the carriage. Okay, dope. At the end. Okay, no problem. It only said thick padded carpet. Okay, well either way, it's really similar phrasing, so I feel like Ince might actually just be in this house in a different room. It could just be a coincidence, but as I'm constantly reminded, there are no coincidences in this book. The round, impressionable face didn't have the slightest trace of a smile, and this naturally created a solemn and repressed atmosphere. Because of the combination of the elegant fireplace and metal pipes, the room was warmer than late spring. Prince Edisac wasn't wearing a coat, and his upper body was covered with a white shirt with cuffs, which resembled blooming flowers with a pale yellow vest. Every house has a thick carpet? That has... Oh, is inside... Yeah, okay. Okay, stop trying to gaslight me, all you. Because of the combination of the... no, already read that. Seeing this, Klein was secretly relieved because the woman wearing the sapphire ring wasn't accompanying the prince. Thus, he quickly stepped forward and bowed. Edisac maintained a steaming cup of black tea in his hand and didn't invite Klein to take a seat. Any result from your investigation? No. My divination and spirit channeling, my interviews, my investigations all tell me that Talum died of a heart attack. I'm just too weak in every aspect, Your Highness. You should hire a stronger, more powerful helper. Why don't you get someone better? He added inwardly. It was only then that Edisac seemed to clearly notice the detective's face. He felt as if he had aged considerably, as though he had been unable to sleep at ease for a long time. It wasn't an illusion, because Klein had used his faceless powers before he left to adjust the state of his face, making his skin look dry and lusterless. He made his beard appear messy and his eye bags bigger and darker and more obvious. Dude, Klein is a fucking menace. He's like, look, I've been working so hard on your case, it has taken such a toll. Please leave me be. Edisac was silent for a moment before he put down the white porcelain cup. I understand. It's indeed like forcing a square peg in a round hole. I'll have someone else follow up on the matter. Prepare an investigation report and don't leave anything out. All right. Klein inwardly clenched his fist and took out his folded piece of paper. Your Highness, there's no need for you to wait. I always have the habit of recording things in writing. After instructing the attendants to take the report, the prince casually flipped through it and put it aside. Is there anything else you need? No, Your Royal Highness. Please allow me to take my leave. I will be heading south for some time. I want to use the warm sunlight to melt the pain in my heart. Oh, yeah. The sorrow fills me deeply. May the goddess. No, who the fuck would he pray to? May the gears in my heart get better. What the fuck would someone from the Church of Steam and Machinery even say? What the fuck? It's a New Year custom of many in loan, the prince nodded. Send Detective Moriarty out and get him a carriage. The nearest town to Red Rose Manor is a 15 to 20 minute walk. I'll hire a carriage when I get there. Yes, Your Highness. The old butler bowed and said politely. Klein didn't let down his guard and quickly took his leave. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and took back his underarm, gun holster, and weapon. Less than a minute later, he was seated in a Red Rose Manor carriage. He leaned against the carriage wall. Okay, so he got in the carriage, so now I should switch the music, right? Yes, because I was given very strict instructions that as soon as he gets in the carriage. Or no, he says when Klein gets back in the carriage. I don't know what that means. Does that mean right now or later? Confirm or deny, chat? What are we thinking? We'll let this play for now and then you guys let me know. Okay. He leaned against the carriage wall and watched the manor turn smaller as the distance grew. Klein relaxed and let out a long breath, letting his hanging heart calm down and return to its original position. He knew that he had left the center of the stage. After that, it's time to bid farewell to Backland and head south, a complete curtain call. After that, I'll change my looks and sneak back in secret. He calmly considered his subsequent plans. Oh, wait, I think this is it. Never mind. Never. What is it? No, I think I should switch music now. I think, based on what I'm reading, it feels like this is a good time to switch music. Hold on. Yeah, switch now? Okay, dope. You said switch to Shadow Lord. Okay, we'll do Shadow Lord. Okay. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred, as his spirituality tensed up as he saw the door to the carriage quickly open and then silently close. Before he could respond, he saw a figure quickly outline itself. It was wearing a heavy black dress and a sapphire ring on its hand. A sapphire ring. Upon seeing the scene, Klein, who was at the juncture of a fight-or-flight response, narrowed his eyes and sat back down, not daring to act harshly. This was a terrifying person who possessed a Grade 0 sealed artifact, or was a demigod of a similar level. It really is true that the more afraid you are of something, the higher the chances of it happening. 008 or something else. What happened to the coincidences you create? Klein's spirit and body instantly tensed up, as he could only watch helplessly as the figure appeared in front of him. I'm trying to eat some food and I'm dying. Seriously, just stick to some kind of like soups or something, Romero. The lady's age was completely different from her dressing style. She looked about 18 or 19. She had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle and refined temperament. Deep down, she was sweet and was an outstanding gorgeous beauty. Trissy. Isn't this the fellow who went from being Instigator Triss to Witch Trissy? How did she go from being wanted to becoming Prince Edisac's woman? How did she, a member of the Demoness sect, end up by Prince Edisac's side? When he looked again carefully, he saw that there was something different about Trissy. Her facial features, which weren't outstanding alone, were softer, more delicate, but when placed together, they were stunning. So she's advanced another sequence, so she's sequence 6 now too. Because it's Assassin, Instigator, Witch, Pleasure? Is pleasure 6? Oh my god, did I get that right? It's pleasure? I'm goated. Hearing his surprise, Trissy became happy instead of being alarmed. She revealed a sweet smile and said, "You know me. I knew you know me." A detective with Beyonder powers definitely pays special attention to wanted posters. She looks very happy. Klein cautiously asked, "What do you want?" He clearly remembered that the person before him wasn't a good person. Triss had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the Alfalfa, while Trissy had caused the deaths of many innocents in Tingen City. Very simple. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, the Punishers, or the Hive Mind. Get them to come here and capture me. Calling the cops on yourself? I'm not reading that word. This woman must be insane. Klein was at a bit of a loss. What the fuck is happening? What is she trying to do? He soon figured out the meaning behind her message. Trissy would rather be locked up in Chanis Gate than stay at Red Rose Manor. She's trying her hardest to get out of here. Simply put, she believes this place is more dangerous and despair-inducing than being caught. Klein tried his best to control his emotions and said in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of?" There's someone manipulating my life. There are always coincidences that horrify me when they happen. And I'm becoming less and less like myself. Trissy is not... Trissy's not helping him. He's using her. Except this time, Klein isn't center stage. Oh. She is basically the Klein of Volume 1. Being manipulated. Except she, unlike him, can't resist in any sense. She's just fucked. Can you imagine being someone who loves those shy, cute maids? Can you imagine the pain when I wake up in the morning in the arms of a naked man? What the fuck? I can. That's why it's best to stay away from being assassin or witch. Klein couldn't help but imagine such a scene, and his heart palpitated for a moment. Trissy continued with a self-deprecating smile. I thought that by working hard to advance, to become pleasure, I would be able to free myself from that weird state. Hence, I sought people to help me search for the corresponding Beyonder ingredients, but the outcome only turned worse. Sometimes I forget a lot of things, but they end up really happening. I endured the disgust, seduced Talum, and tried to get him to help me escape. Who knew that I ended up killing him with a curse without even realizing it? Do you believe that? They even changed my name. They wanted me to completely abandon my past self. No, absolutely not. They thought I could only overcome the coincidences for a short period of time, and that I'd soon be back on track. It was just an impression I deliberately created for them, so I managed to meet you, detective. Pleasure, demoness, ingredients. Klein suddenly remembered that in the Beyonder gathering held by the old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, Isengard, there had been a person who requested to purchase the main ingredients of the Demoness of Pleasure potion. Even that was mentioned. That was mentioned, and I didn't even consider it, that it could be for Trissy. You're kidding. What the fuck? He instantly noticed it on the spot, but he chose to ignore it. He gradually forgot about it with time. So that was Trissy's helper. Was she already by Prince Edisac's side by then? Why do I somehow feel that her present smile looks so miserable but beautiful? A demoness of pleasure is sick. I catch that and relate. What did they change your name to? As he organized his thoughts, he casually asked. Trissy furrowed her beautiful brows as she answered, with a somewhat blank look in her eye. Trissy Cheek. Klein raised his hand, his whole body turning numb, as stiff as a marble statue. At this very moment, there was only one page of Roselle's diary that came madly reverberating to his mind. June 5th, I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial demoness's name. Her name is Cheek. What does that mean? Are they trying to get Trissy to become the new Sequence Zero? But the primordial demoness just exists. But the primordial demoness still exists. How? They can't make her a Sequence Zero. They can't even make her a Sequence 1. Okay. Listen, I can't theory craft for too long because I need this. Like, I fucking need to. I'm so sleepy. But hold on. Okay, I can do something. Okay. So in my mind, there's two pathways. Okay, maybe this has already been like stated, and I'm just stupid. Very possible. I want to be clear. So first, Ince is using Trissy to get to the prince. Okay, what he's using, and he probably wants to get something from the prince. Whether that looks like he wants to extort him to get some stuff. Schedule the next stream like 2 or 3 hours ahead of time. I will, Justin. I will. I'll give you guys some heads up for it for sure. Either he wants to get some stuff, or second option, I don't even know if this is possible, but in my mind, Ince could be working together with the prince. I don't know for what purpose. And they're both using Trissy to do some shenanigans. Whether that looks like they want her to advance and then use the and then use her to destroy other members of the royal family, so that this prince, who's a young prince, like number 2nd or 3rd in line, can become the new king in the future. That's possible, but then it'd be really fucking stupid for him to be sleeping with Trissy right now. But I mean, people do dumb shit, you know? One of your theories can be confirmed or denied in the next few chapters. Thank the fucking gods, okay? Thank the Evernight goddess. So those are the two options I just have at lunch. We just finished Highly. We just finished 470. Your timing is immaculate, might I say. Yeah, so those are the two options. Currently, I'm leaning towards this one. I think. But the Ince chapter, there was a woman with Ince. Yeah, but I mean, but what does that mean? That woman could be any. It could just be a woman that's helping him. It could be Trissy. That what the fuck am I supposed to do? A woman? I don't know if you know this, Romero. That's 50% of the population, brother. What am I supposed to do? You didn't give me any cool secret info. I'm being facetious, but like, I don't know. It could be either. Maybe the prince is using her to try to fuck up the rest of the royal family so he becomes king eventually. And then with that, Ince has a powerful ally. I probably can FQ, but my brain is fucking fried, dude. I need to go to bed. Cooking session is always appreciated. Yes, thank you, Harley. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna leave it there. Thank you everyone for coming by, watching. We will finish volume 2 tomorrow. I will give you guys a heads up for when I'm going live. If you're not in the Discord, consider joining. Link in the description to get the heads up, because that's where I fucking posted. Yeah, everyone have a great rest of your day or nights, and I'll see you guys in a little bit, and we'll get the volume 2 done. Let's fucking go, everyone. Thank you.